Mm, still need to get a hold of the link. My goodness. What a pain, I tell you. All right. Yes, yes, yes. That ought to work. Let's take a look. Mm-hmm. Yes, yes, yes. Let's put that over there, I think. Oh, goodness, no. Okay, we'll deal with it. It doesn't work for me. Mm. Let's bring that over there. Okay. Let's see. Whatever. It's fine, it's fine. Hello, PenCap. How's it going? That lag time is atrocious. All right. Today it's another Friday stream, and we are talking about good old MBTI. Because manipulating people psychologically never goes out of style. As per the usual, I have Monster Hunter Rise running. One of my favorite action RPGs of all time. Oh. Huh. Let's see here. I might sleep in the middle of watching. That's fair. I assume most people do that, so I guess that's all right. Bob might be joining us here in a little while to ask a ridiculous number of questions regarding MBTI. But I am here to answer any MBTI related questions. And then after about an hour of that, we'll devolve into just talking about anything. And I'm not sure when Lady V will be here, if she'll be here. She's been keeping weird hours lately. Hmm. Let's see what we got here. Why are we failing to join sessions? My goodness. And I know at some point during the stream I'll have to help with something. It might take about 10 minutes or so. So there will be a 10-minute break at some point. Let's see. Ask the type. What? That's weird. Hmm. It's too bad I can't actually stream shows on a YouTube stream. That's how you get hit with a copyright. That's just not working today. My goodness. PenCap, what questions might you have about MBTI?
Let's do this.
If you have any questions at all, actually. Employee relations issues. Well, that sounds fun. In lighter news, I have switched to using a light bow gun in Monster Hunter. For multiplayer, anyway. It's not all that fun trying to do it by yourself, but in a multiplayer situation when other people are taking aggro most of the time, yeah, it's pretty great.
Oh.
Ooh.
No problem.
Ven is probably busy with something, I'm certain of it. Hopefully she'll be here. There's no guarantee that she'll be here at all. To tell me how much I suck at MBTI. Tail isn't that weak to piercing damage.
There it is.
But hopefully she'll be here soonish. I just like randomly sent her a message. It's like, hey, you want to stream? I didn't get a response, so whatever. She'll be here.
Thanks for coming.
How easy is it for you to tell if a person is using extroverted feeling? Once you pick up, well, like once you know the signs of what extroverted feeling looks like, it's very simple. It's usually it comes off as just being incredibly fake. You know how someone asks you, how's it going or how's your day, and you just say, yeah, everything's great. And you try to sell it like things are actually great and that you're not poor and you're behind on your mortgage and things like that. That's extroverted feeling. That's keeping a social harmony. It's just the simple things like that. And then of course people that have a strong preference for it, though, they pick up on other skills and abilities there. Like being able to moderate most social situations, be able to keep everyone calm and having a good time kind of thing, without bothering anyone or annoying people. They also like to keep certain hot button topics down. They don't want to bring up anything that might upset somebody and that causing a problem. Can you go over some differences between INTPs and ISTPs? I know the middle functions are different, but curious about your observations on them. Yeah, one has, and so it comes down to that, the difference between extroverted sensing and extroverted intuition. Obviously, that's that's the two. Yeah, that's really the only strong difference in terms of cognitive function preference, obviously, but it's with an INTP, they miss out on a lot more social interaction. INTPs have whole worlds to ponder on, and they don't spend as much time in the real world as an ISTP would. So ISTPs have a much greater understanding of social norms, and that's why the INTPs get the Asperger's effect. And yes, I call it Asperger's. So the point being that ISTPs spend more time in the real world focusing on what's going on right this now, and so they're much better able to handle social situations. Those are your main, in terms of like practical use of MBTI. Those are the two biggest, or that's really the biggest difference. Although that's not to say that ISTPs are super suave in conversation at all. They're just better at it by a lot. They don't come off as autistic, typically. So
You're in danger.
that, and then of course the thing that they tend to focus on, INTPs tend to focus on the theoreticals of things, hypotheticals. That's what they spend a lot of their time doing. They also spend a lot of time looking up random trivia on the internet because, well, they don't spend that much time around people. So, whereas an ISTP likes to do things in life, get stuff done. Let's see. Is it similar to INFPs and ISFPs? Well, I've never known INFPs to be Aspergery in that regard. They usually they are interested in people, for sure. INFPs. They may not know when they should stop talking about their feelings on things with people. They may have a more difficult time determining when, taking a proper gauge of their social surroundings, because most of the time people don't want to talk about feelings, especially if you're an INFP male. If you hang around the guys, well, most of the time guys don't want to talk about, emotionally charged subjects. And so when they finally do get a chance to talk to someone that will listen to them, they tend not to stop talking. So there's that. I've noticed that ISFPs can become more nervous when talking to people. I've noticed that, a little bit of a nervousness to them, because ISFPs, much like INFPs, they don't want to they don't want to come off as stupid to other people, and so it's a lot easier to simply just agree, nod your head, and not say too much. But if they believe that they need to start talking to gain the favor of someone, let's say, they can be nervous. Are they both kind of quiet in person? It really depends on the situation. Like, in terms of just a general public setting, getting to talking to new people, yeah, they're going to be quiet, and more often than not. I mean, granted, it has more to do with your level of confidence, and so if things have been going relatively well in your life, you're going to have a higher level of confidence, and you're not going to have much of an issue talking. I got one shot by the dragon. So they can be oftentimes very quiet. But if you're talking to them one-on-one, it's not really that big of an issue for them to talk. They spend a large majority of their life not talking about what they think on certain things. So if you get a chance to talk with someone one-on-one, well, they can kind of start just vomiting their inner thoughts. Which can make ISFPs can be perfect companions, essentially. If you need someone to just kind of support you and be there to prop you up and help you out, an ISFP is the go-to. Which is great, because that's a higher percentage of the population, so not as difficult to find. However, if you're looking for ISFPs that want to hit up the club all the time, and be your wingman, that's going to be maybe a little bit more difficult. But a lot of ISFPs I have found to be on the internet, specifically a lot of them play MMOs. Do you find having knowledge about the functions while you are talking to someone to be useful? Is it something you think about during interactions? It's virtually all I tend to think about anymore. It's so interesting to know when someone's using what functions and how often they use them. It's pretty impressive. When you're trying to choose a topic of conversation, that's when it's particularly helpful, for certain. I don't know you, Rio, but I can get to know you if you're on the Discord, or if you play Monster Hunter. God, I love Monster Hunter. And what was I just talking about? Oh, right, interactions with people through MBTI. When you talk to, when, let's say you get a chance to talk to an ISTP or an ENTP for that matter, you get to have conversations about politically incorrect topics.
Do this.
And you know that you're not going to bother them with those kinds of topics.
Let's go.
And so it's very helpful. But if you're there's obviously there's some personalities that you're not going to be as interested in talking to, depending on what it is they would prefer to talk about. I'm on that Baldur's Gate 3 immersion. Yeah, it's super immersive.
Need a hand?
Hi, Joseph.
Yay! Thanks.
How's it going? How is everything? Let's see. Oh, right. Conversations. Certain personality types aren't going to be as interested. Certain personality types do not want to talk about politically incorrect things.
Let's go, doggy.
Or will have very strong opinions that differ from that of, let's say, a typical ENTP or an ISTP. Since INTPs and ISTPs have inferior extroverted feeling, are they aware of group moods and how to maintain the group's harmony, but hate and choose to go against it? Having a function in the fourth position means that you are aware of it, but you don't like it. And so you would prefer to avoid it as much as possible. And that's definitely how it is starting out, very young. We're talking under the age of 18. Kind of don't want to bother with it. Think social conventions are ridiculous or a waste of time or things like that. But they get better as they get older. Hell yeah, couch. No. Stupid wolf monster.
Get ready for something big.
Inferior
There's our
extroverted thinking moods, just being unconfident when it comes to that pre-established knowledge. And it's being unconfident. That doesn't sound right? Unconfident. There's got to be another term for it. Let's see. Do any of the functions ever bristle against you, and that's how you know which functions they are using? Yeah, I'm not as big a fan of extroverted thinking as some people. I'm a bit of a nuisance in that regard when someone says, someone will tell me about some pre-established knowledge, and I'll say, "Are you sure that that's true? Have you tried it out? Did you go and figure out that it's, for sure exactly how it works? Or are you just like believing it because, it was in a textbook somewhere?" That obviously bothers people, a large number of people. And then they tell me I'm just trying to be argumentative, which in their defense might have been the case. I'm not sure.
You're the target.
I know that there are words that could be opposite of confidence, but I was just wondering if there, there's considerate and inconsiderate, and I was wondering if maybe there was a, is it unconfident or inconfident? Because inconfident doesn't sound right either. So.
Time to reload.
So we're just going to go with unconfident. Anyhow, yes, INFPs and ISFPs are unconfident when it comes to the matters of logic. I'm not saying that they can't be logical. I'm just saying when they're trying to have discussions, about things that require logical responses, they may be less than confident. Why is this werewolf monster virtually super resistant everywhere to piercing damage? It's bothering me. Yes. What else were we talking about? The differences between ISTPs and INTPs, although that's... Some of them prefer to live in the abstract. Well, INTPs live in more of the abstract, and that's what they spend most of their time doing, which of course cripples them in other arenas in life, whereas an ISTP lives in the real world more often than not, and so they're able to handle things a little better when in regards to real life. Like someone asked me about that not too long ago, and I gave the example of I have an INTP friend. He's 35 now, and he was in San Francisco for some conference about something related to his job anyways. And he was in his hotel room. He's like, I'm really hungry and I want to order some food. And he didn't want any of the room service. He wanted food from someplace else. And then I said, well, then just do that, Grubhub or Uber Eats or whatever. And he says, well, that would require me to leave my hotel room and interact with people. Like I'd have to, go down to the bottom floor and then go get my, food and deal with people. And he said he doesn't have his designated extrovert to go do that. And so that's a pretty stereotypical example of INTP behavior, just not wanting to leave the room because they'd have to interact with people. They're not that experienced at, dealing with people. Even at the age of 35, they would still prefer not to do it. And can you think of a time where an ISTP would just be like, well, I really want to get this food, but I'd have to go outside and deal with people? It's like, no, ISTPs are not about that. They're much less tolerant of, nonsensical behavior. And so they would say, well, no, I want this food, so I'm going to go out and go get it. And no one's going to stop me, kind of behavior. Would INTPs and ISTPs be more conflict avoidant? No. INTPs, yes, they typically don't enjoy conflict of any kind. They would imagine a great number of other ways in which a situation can be solved without the need for conflict or violence or anything like that. ISTPs realize that the shortest distance between right now and a finished resolution is conflict. Complaining to somebody, getting what you want, being aggressive about it. You're much more likely to get what you want doing it that way. And that's the preference for extroverted sensing. It's the no nonsense. No abstract, just here's real life, get it done kind of behavior. With the inferior for extroverted feeling, I wonder if it makes them a bit more insecure and socially turbulent situations. It depends on, once again, it depends on their level of confidence, but typically they may be less confident in, let's say, talking to someone that they are attracted to. Sure, they might be less. So, I mean, certainly in the case of an ISTP, they might be less confident. But let's say it's a ISTP male. He's 6'2", and 180 pounds. He's relatively in good shape, and has money and things like that. No, he's not going to have as much of a problem. Now he's going to come off as aggressive, and when it comes to people disagreeing with his logic, he's going to be less than considerate of the views of other people. But he'll still be, confident, because if anything were to happen, let's say someone disagrees with what he says, or someone really dislikes what he says, he'll be ready to throw down if necessary. And so when you're looking for conflict, you are less likely to be concerned about what it is that you say or do.
Yeah, we're just getting started.
What types are most likely to be good at reading and answering questions accurately on a stream while playing a video game? Proficient? What? What types are most likely to be good at reading? And, well, I think any type could be good at reading things and doing, playing a video game as long as they were good enough at it, I suppose. Now, granted, I'm just using a light bow gun, so I can just look away from the screen and just kind of out the corner of my eye know that I'm aiming in the general direction of the monster, and that'll work for me. But as long as you have enough practice in whatever it is that you're doing, where it's more like second nature to you, then you should be able to take your eye off of what you're doing so that you can read some questions. Would you happen to know what INTPs and ISTPs mistype as often? There aren't... I haven't come across that many INTPs that were into MBTI. It's a more... obviously, it's more of a people-related subject, and so it's not that they can't be interested in, it's just that there are other subjects they would be more interested in, and so point being, I don't see them all that often.
Dad wanted me to let you know. Yeah, but
You're not going anywhere!
Anyway, let's see. What would you know INTPs and ISTPs mistype as often? Now, I've had a number of ISTPs that would decided to get, be somewhat interested in MBTI. They would mistype themselves as either INTPs or ENTPs. That I have noticed. And they, understandably, they read about, what some of those types are more interested in, certain subjects and whatnot, and then they get the impression that, oh, okay, well, because I think of this one specific thing, that must mean that I'm an INTP or an ENTP. And that's not what it's about. But that good information is almost impossible to find on the internet about MBTI. So they just do their best, and they rationalize it in whatever ways that they can. And as I keep mentioning this as of late, but it seems like the one factor about MBTI that people aren't quite understanding is the idea of preference and how much someone preferences something when it's in the lead position. It's not, like, okay, let's say let's say that, once a week you decided to spend a whole 6 hours reading about philosophy once a week. And it's, they're like, well, okay, well, that's more of an abstract topic, so clearly I must have this, strong preference for extroverted intuition. That's not what it means to have a strong preference for extroverted intuition. It's, when you have a function in the first and second position, it encompasses almost all of your life. And so it's not just, I like to read some stuff once in a while, therefore I have a preference, a strong preference. No, this is your life. This is what you do. Kind of thing. And so some people get, they get the idea that, oh, okay, well, I like to read about this stuff sometimes, therefore I must be this type. And like, no, if that were the case, then most of the human population would be classified as some kind of intuitive type, one way or another.
I'll take this. Look at what I can make with this.
Oh, there was some more right here. Introverted feeling and extroverted feeling both working well. What type would you say you can get good result with both? I'm not sure what you mean by any of that. Feeling and extroverted feeling both working well. What type would you say can get good result with both? Okay, so you're wondering what types should be good with both. I mean, ISFPs do it, INFPs do it, and then ESFJs can have some more emotional outbursts. I imagine ENFJs could as well, although that's the thing, is that you're not often going to see them behaving in that regard. But I think the types that have whether a feeling function in the very first position should have some pretty decent understanding of either introverted or extroverted feeling. Let's see. Is there any... What's the type you see mistype themselves the most? I've seen a lot of types mistype themselves the most. It's usually a sensing type that mistypes themselves. Understandably so, because most sensors, whether it's introverted or extroverted, they don't care that much about abstract topics, MBTI, of course, being one of them. Like, you're not going to catch someone with a strong preference for extroverted sensing spending, 40 hours a week learning about MBTI. that's not, they're not going to take the information and then go out into the real world and do their experiments and conduct their own research. They don't care that much about it. They find it interesting and they'd like someone else to do the work and then teach them about it, sure, but they're not that interested. So because of that, they tend to mistype themselves because they're just not that into it. They're not going to get that far into it. Not often, anyway. Is there any MBTI test online that you have found to be at least somewhat accurate as a jumping off point? There was recently a test that I did. It was some stream not that long ago. It was like last week's stream somewhere where I took a test. And the questions were similar to the kinds of questions that I ask when I type people, and they do they score it. It's like a point system. You get to, depending on what your answers are, they tally up your preference for that particular function. I don't remember what it was, but if you go back to one of those streams, you could probably find it. Let's see, what type out of the 16 can access both introverted feeling and extroverted feeling? Well, all types can access both introverted feeling and extroverted feeling. But they don't have much of a preference for it. Some types just think it to be a waste of time. And so they start using it, they get bored of using it, or they find it disinteresting, or they find problems with it, and so they stop using it. But every type can access those things. I'm ENFP and I find myself always daydreaming. You being an ENTP, do you also find yourself daydreaming a lot randomly? Yeah. So having a strong preference for extroverted intuition means that you're always living in here. So even when you're supposed to be doing a specific task, your mind is going to wander whenever you can put yourself on autopilot. You're able to, think about other things. Usually things that don't involve real life, of course. It's a bunch of oftentimes unproductive, impractical thoughts. What would my life be like if I lived on the moon? Those kinds of thoughts, Let's see here. Do you have duh moments too? I'm sure everybody has duh moments. I like to say that. When I'm stating something that's supposed to be obvious, I'll finish it off with duh. Hey, have you seen Oppenheimer? I haven't, although last night I just watched The Menu, which was weird. Hey, let's see, I arrived at the conclusion he's an INFJ, not an INTJ. Oppenheimer? I have no idea about the character. I'm not as interested. The man that created the atomic bomb? I am become death, destroyer of worlds. And probably in real life, probably not an INFJ. As a matter of fact, I'd put money on it that he wasn't an INFJ. So. The Michael Calo's cognitive function test. That sounds familiar. So that may have very well been the test that you guys can go check out. But it's still going to have the main problem, like it is with any of these tests, and that is you have to be completely honest with yourself and look at your aggregate behavior over time. Now, they try to explain that, before you take the test. They try to tell you that exact, that line of thinking, but are people going to do it? People will oftentimes answer questions in the way that they wish to be perceived rather than who they actually are, and that's, you know, human nature. So you'll still have those problems, but if you're real with yourself, then it could be very helpful. I used to tell people that the best time to type yourself is to have this great deal of disdain for your own existence. Like if you hate yourself, you'll answer more accurately. Thinking about things that bother you about yourself. Do you know what a ESFP daydreams about? ESFPs, they obviously can daydream. Jeez, this gunplay. They can daydream, but they're typically going to be daydreaming about, you know, let's say being a movie star or something, things like that, where they might imagine themselves in the future where they'd like to be. Vaguely normal things. I am become INFJ. INFJs are very rare. A very rare personality. And it's so rare, in fact, that when I learned about MBTI, of course, I did what most people do, and I tried to figure out what, I looked up what was the most compatible type for me. And of course, INFJ popped up because, that makes sense, as per my life. If, let's say the reason that all my relationships didn't work out is because I wasn't with an INFJ. Okay, well, where do I find one? Well, it turns out they're supposed to be the rarest personality. And I'm like, that's about right. So my odds of, in quote, being happy, went down the tube. Just, whatever. Which, of course, is nonsense, by the way. I mean, there's no perfect personality type for anyone. That's not how life works. But very, very, very rare. Point being that I have tried to find INFJs since I had learned about MBTI, and I've met actively looking for them, like going out of my way to try to find them. And then, of course, on finding some on the on my Discord, a four that I've spoken with.
I'll be taking that.
Over 10 years. 10 years. And believe me, those INFJs don't try to talk to me every day or anything like that because, of course, they have their own lives. They're busy. So they have too many important things to do. So that's why you're not going to have a whole lot of conversation with them. Let's see. The thing is, what's your blind spot? Let's see. Here. There's one here. And then here. I can't see what's going on at that. At about there. With both eyes. I hope that helps. The thing is that in the movie, it's presented like he was forced to make the bomb just so the Nazis didn't do it first. But he always had hope that it would never come to actually using it. Well, sure, I'm sure a lot of people hoped that the bomb didn't need to be used. Or wouldn't need to be used, which I suppose it may not have needed to be used, but it got used. Bomb the Japanese, but but what happened after that? We got anime, so it wasn't all bad, I guess. Awful thing to say. Let's see. And I would say that if I had an MBTI blind spot, it would be extroverted sensing. Great deal. Even after 35 years, I have issues focusing on that as a function. Stupid piercing resistant monsters.
Nothing personal.
Here it
right, next question.
Are you ready?
A lot of ESFPs, I just want to touch up on that daydreaming question, is that a lot of them, now granted, I have seen them daydream, most certainly, especially in school, but they would rather start up conversation with somebody. So they have, well, not conversation, they would just choose someone to talk at for long periods of time.
I needed that.
Very good one.
They don't, so they would rather do that than daydream. But sometimes you don't have a choice, like if you're in detention. I've seen some of them draw, when they're bored, they like to color. Kind of a thing. They don't do it as much as an extroverted intuitive type, and that goes for any extroverted sensor, doesn't have to be ESFPs. Just, they would rather do something in life, in real life, rather than, spend a whole lot of time in their head. Which is very apparent in the choices they make in life. What is it like having an extroverted sensing blind spot? What do you miss? I miss when it comes to, let's say, taking out the trash, or getting your bills paid, or bumping into things, or not caring about your living space in terms of organization, because that doesn't concern you in the slightest, so you end up having a complete mess on your desk. Caring more about the ideas than the results, which can be a huge time waster in terms of productivity. It's just something I have a hard time focusing on, and of course I get uninterested very quickly when focusing on those things. Then my mind wanders and I go back to thinking about whatever it is that I would normally be pondering. Which is generally things that don't exist in reality. Like, what would be the best build idea for making the longsword work in a multiplayer situation on Monster Hunter, as an example. Ah. Oh, goodness, no.
Believe in yourself.
Let's see. I always hear that INFJ are rare, but my mom is, 2 girls from school are, and 3 buddy of mine. So, see, when someone tells me that, because I've heard that a lot over the years, and anytime I actually had the chance to get more information about those people, it's every time. It's, well, no, this isn't INFJ behavior. They're most likely not INFJs. It's people, I've been hearing it for 10 years, that there was one person that I knew that told me that they were an INFJ, and their 4 closest friends were INFJs. And I was like, no. That's, that's not, it's incorrect.
Thank you.
That's the big wrong.
This is gonna hurt.
So, Iago, Ferrer, it's very likely that there's some mistypes in there. Now, I'll grant you that you might know one. That's absolutely possible, but when you start naming off, a large number of them, it's like, let's see, I'm also pretty confident that they are INFJ. I met all of the INFJ in my city. I would say that it's very likely that if you, how many of us, let's see, your mother, 2 girls from school, and 3 buddies of mine. Yeah, I would say, what's the phrase that kids use nowadays? Cap? That's cap. You don't know that many INFJs.
This is the...
Get
Don't
ready.
worry about it.
And I'm very stringent when it comes to the criteria of typing people. We're looking for consistent preference to use of very specific functions, and how that's how that manifests in life. So daydreaming is like what they go to when they have nothing else. Yeah, no, Dario Nardi, although I may not agree with all of his understandings of MBTI, he noticed that he believed that the extroverted sensors, there was more brain activity when they would stare out a window than when they were given some kind of complex issues to solve on paper or something during tests. There was more brain activity when they were looking outside. And so if that kind of gives you an idea of the mind of an extroverted sensor, is that they're more interested in what's going on in the real world than they are with abstract topics. Let's see. With their tertiary introverted feeling, not feeling good about what their vision led them to. Tertiary introverted feeling, so we're talking about ISTJs and INTJs. I'm not sure if that was a question for me or not. Hi, Bags! Do you think the cognitive function people get the most confused about or wrong is extroverted feeling? A lot of them get introverted intuition wrong, strangely enough. I figured that would be the most simple one, especially if you actually read the definition from the MBTI website about introverted intuition. You would see that it would, to me anyway, it seemed obvious that the translation that you would make from theory to real life would have been plans, goals, ambitions for the user, and it's very congruent with their the people that are typed that way and their actual their behavior, focusing on oneself, your plans, your ideas, your goals, and getting them done, because that's if you have a lead preference for it, then that's all you think about is getting your stuff done and having your plans enacted. But a lot of people are like, no, it's about seeing the future and thinking really deeply on topics and whatnot. I'm like, you can't be thinking that deeply on topics and spend that gratuitous amount of time focusing on yourself. It's one or the other. You're not doing both. Now, it doesn't mean that they can't once in a while try to find the deeper meaning in things like every other human being on the planet, but it's not how I would go about searching for introverted intuitive in real life. It's not a good standard measurement.
Splendid. Had a great time. Yeah.
Do you think that someone can be typed solely based on behavior just by observing them? Just by observing them,
Carve, carve, carve.
there's certainly some patterns that you might be able to notice. Like, out of all, 16 personalities, how many of them are capable of petty theft? Like going into a convenience store and just slipping something into their pocket and walking away. All of them. All of them can do that. The question is how they go about doing it, whether or not they're focusing on other people, whether or not they are, being spied on by someone, what kinds of items they're choosing to take, that's worth the risk of possibly getting caught. You might be able to tell from some of that kind of behavior, but it would be difficult because someone can just as easily be faking behaving in a certain way for myriad reasons.
Good job, buddy.
But yeah, when someone, usually you find out what type someone is through conversation, just candid, regular conversation, the things they choose to focus on, whether they're faking, their behavior so that they can seem polite and trustworthy, or someone that really just wants to express how they feel about things, that sort of thing. Let's see. No, ENFP and ENTP suck at introverted feeling. Well, or suck at introverted sensing, not introverted feeling. Yes, through the MBTI math, we find that someone with a lead preference for extroverted intuition has a disdain for introverted sensing. So traditions, personal memory, those things. Doing things the same way over and over again because that's how it was done. Those are the problems that they have. Maybe one of them is not. I don't know. Iago, I'm telling you, if you know more than one, if you are certain that you know more than one INFJ as a mate, like a part of your life, you're gonna have to reevaluate. It's because I've been all over, my country. I don't know where you're from, but in the United States, I've been up, from California all the way to as far as West Virginia, and I've talked to a great number. I've talked to hundreds, thousands of people across my country, and INFJs, difficult to find. Now, if you choose certain professions, you are more likely to find them. A lot of the ones that I have talked to end up getting into some kind of law enforcement, or they're studying for law enforcement. It's yeah, but like high up law enforcement, we're talking about like FBI and or being high end lawyers or things like that. Which if you know an INFJ that's very career minded, then obviously you're not going to be spending a whole lot of time with them anyway, because to have those kinds of high powered careers, you got to be spending a lot of time focusing on your goals, plans, etc. So, do you believe functions become more balanced naturally as people age? I don't know about balanced. It seemed to me that as people got older, it seemed to get worse in some arenas. I would imagine that you're probably better at those first 4 functions out of the 8, but because that's what you're going to keep preferencing, as life goes on. You're just going to keep getting more and more experience using your more preferenced functions. So whether or not they become balanced, I don't know. I'm 35 and my memory is terrible. It's atrocious. Still. My grandfather is 86, and he's starting to get dementia, right? And now my grandfather is a stereotypical ESTJ. And can you imagine what your life is going to be like if you have such a strong preference for introverted sensing and then your memory goes? Could be quite horrifying in a lot of ways. It seems odd to me when people claim they have mastered their shadow function. Yeah, I don't know what it means to master a shadow function. People that say that are people that also believe that extroverted feeling is about caring. It cares about the feelings of other people. They don't understand MBTI. They don't know how it works. They haven't been able to apply it in real life with any degree of consistency, and so they end up saying things like that. I still respectfully disagree. Introverted sensing is not just repetitive outward. Look at yourself. You repeat playing games and watching movies. You are clearly an ENTP. No, I said doing the same things over and over again because that's how they're supposed to be done. It's not necessarily about having a routine and a schedule for doing the same things over and over. Yes, that's a strong preference for introverted sensing, most certainly. On my streams, I like to play Monster Hunter. And when I do play Monster Hunter, I'm always doing something different. I'm always learning something different about it. And so, like at the beginning of the stream, I said I switched from this type of weapon that I was using and then started using a different one. So not doing the same thing over and over again. And most certainly when I am playing nowadays, I go to the quest board here and I try to just join a random game, a random hunt. So I certainly no schedules here. This is what I felt like doing, so I decided to do it. If anything, it was more of a preference for introverted feeling. I felt like I would enjoy playing Monster Hunter, so I decided to do it.
Let's go.
But yes, the definition of introverted sensing is taking physical or recording essentially of physical experiences, and then storing them for later. That's what the definition of it is. And so someone that has a strong preference for that kind of behavior, it means that they're always doing the same things over and over and over again as a main part of their life. Setting a set schedule is not ENTP, but warm socks worn in 15 people's homes surely can... Sorry, there's like a giant heart in the way of seeing some of these messages here. Let's see, yes, getting a set schedule is not ENTP, but warm socks worn 15 people's homes surely can be. Let's talk about SI. I'm not sure what you meant by that. I'll definitely reconsider the typing. I'm always eager to learn more and get better. Great. Not many people are very eager to do that. What am I doing anyway? Got distracted. Let's see. Do you believe there are some things you can do to improve your memory as ENTP? Yeah, there's programs out there that talk about improving your memory. I'm certain that anyone could do something, some kind of training that would bolster your short-term memory, for example. But whether or not you're going to keep relying on introverted sensing to solve your problems, that's something else entirely. And I would say probably not. Oh, got it. Let's see. Which types have you noticed being drastically different for males and females? Which types are drastically different? Well, I guess you'd have to define what it means to be drastically different, but yes, there is a difference between... Jesus. That's what I get for not paying attention. Get one shot by the monster. Let's see. Which types have you noticed being drastically different for males and females? Most of them aren't super drastic. Well, they're not going to be drastic in terms of cognitive function preference. However, the way they tend to handle their lives are usually a lot different. So, ISFP, male and female. ISFP males have a bit more of a difficult time in life than the females, for example. So the ISFP males want to do male, stereotypically male activities or engage in those topics of conversation, but they have a more difficult time. They're oftentimes far less comfortable, in doing those things, because they have more of a preference for feelings than logic, and so. But in terms of cognitive function preference, now they're still the same. Let's see. But for the most part, I've had some people tell me that, like, oh, an ENFP male is way different from an ENFP female. No, they're not. they're not. I have met both. They tend to tackle the same situations in roughly the same manners. It's, come up with an idea about it, try to implement it as efficiently as possible. That's it. They both do that, male or female. I agree, but you do have what I believe is a limited view of introverted sensing. Of course, you can have that opinion that I have a limited view of introverted sensing. I know what the actual definition of introverted sensing is. Do you? Because I do. And if you want to see it, I have it posted on my Discord. It takes you about 5 seconds to read of what the definition is. Now, how that's interpreted in real life, you can choose to add more stuff onto introverted sensing if you want, but then we start straying away from the actual definition. But if you believe that introverted sensing is more than your memories and recording them for later use, if you think it's more than that, that's great. It's just that's not what the definition is. But if you want to tack on extra stuff to it, go ahead. You can, that's what a lot of other people do in MBTI. They take their own understandings of the cognitive function definitions and then they just roll with it, maybe try to create their own systems and then call it MBTI. That's what I've been seeing for 10 years. So it's, it wouldn't bother me for you to want to alter the definition. I've seen it too many times. Let's see. So a random question. The last months when I feel down, I've done some extroverted sensing things, just skate and feel nature, but that's maybe just really introverted sensing. I'm an INFP, very certain about it. You're going to do, so an introverted feeler wants to do what they feel is the right thing to do. So if you feel like you need to jump onto a skateboard out of nowhere, like for the first time ever, and see if that makes you feel better, I wouldn't say that that person has a, that you would have a strong preference for extroverted sensing, especially if you're, let's say you're 20 years old and you decide to step on a skateboard for the first time. I'm not going to say that that person's a strong, extroverted sensor because they chose to do that at one time. Going out into nature, trying to commune with the abstract concept of Mother Nature, that's a very INFP thing to do, for sure. I've known a number of INFPs that tell me that have told me that, yeah, they like to go on nature walks, and commune with nature to some weird degree. It's what they do. They feel like it's right, and it's not that they're enjoying. They're not really focusing on the physical aspects of what's going on around them. They're trying to create this connection with the abstract concept of Mother Nature itself. To become one with it, to become in tune with nature. From my experience, men with low extroverted sensing or extroverted thinking have to force themselves to be more extroverted. In like a public setting, that's probably true. If you could be any type for a day and then go back to normal, which would you choose to be? I'm trying to think of what types wouldn't be immediately disgusted or terrified of, how I've lived my life. So that would be like my assumption. Like, what if I were to go ESTP for a day? The first thing that would happen would be, I can't believe that I live such a disorganized life. Like, this is awful, terrible. It's objectively bad. And then I'd have to have, have like a quick panic attack over it. And I'd probably just end up cleaning my room. Maybe organizing some things around the house. But what type would I be for one day? Another chill type. Maybe I could be like an INFP for a day so that I could maybe try to organize my, those emotions that are in here somewhere. Categorize them a little better. SI has to do with sensation and feeling good. Yeah, like, no, that's not what introverted sensing's about at all. But, well, actually, no, I take that back. Maybe like the whole inner sensation, like remembering how you physically felt about something. Maybe you could then remember that. That would be a part of that. But feeling good, no, that's literally not what introverted sensing is about. Not at all. Like literally, the definition from Myers-Briggs, the website specifically, it's about memory. So. Trying to text in this way is frustrating. Introverted sensing can refer to taking the creature comforts and watching the same movie to a high art. Now you're talking about other functions. Every personality has access to all 8 functions, right? Every personality. So you can see an introverted sensor using other functions, and that's more likely what you're talking about. Is, yeah, an ISFJ can choose to do those things, but those are still preferences for other functions. That's using other functions. So that's a smart way to look at it. Which type could actually handle being like you? I think INFP is a good choice. Nothing too wild. Yeah, I think an INFP wouldn't be so bad. Be an INFP for a day. Introverted sensing in practice in how you use your memory. I'm trying to convey a deeper understanding, but you can snark. I can't support my argument in this form. All right. I'm just telling you what the actual definition of introverted sensing is. That's it. We can talk about the actual definition and then try to, find out what that looks like in real life. That's how I started 10 years ago. You take the actual definition, and then you see if that applies to people in life. If a female grew up taking care of people close to her because she felt she was in a position to do so, and then she wants to become either a nurse or psychologist, what types could she be? If, well, branching off into the abstract, taking care of people because she felt that she was in a position to do so. Well, just because you feel like you're in a position to do something doesn't mean that you're going to prefer doing it. So that's, I would say that sounds more like a, ISFP or an INFP thing to do. More often an INFP thing to do, if I had to choose between the two. Let's see. Does this out of empathy, and what types of CLD she be if she does this out of sympathy? Joseph, you're missing words in your sentences. I'm having a hard time deciphering them. As an INFP, would love to be an ESTJ for a day. I crave extroverted thinking so much you have no idea. You crave a more confident and complete understanding of pre-established knowledge, which that's understandable. When I talk in an extroverted thinking way, I make people around me feel some sad, maybe. Once again, there's a heart in the way of the word there. And then I get kind of sad. Well, life is pain. So. What do you mean you make them feel sad? If she does it out of empathy, what types could she be? Well, INFPs and ENFPs are much bigger on empathy than other personalities. I mean empathy, specifically empathy, not necessarily sympathy being something else. I found ISFPs to be very sympathetic, and INFPs to oftentimes be empathetic, usually at their own detriment. So. Searching for quest session. And as I said at the beginning of the stream, I don't know when exactly, but I need to help someone out at some point, and that'll be the break time. It'll take me about 10 minutes or so. Maybe less. Just letting everyone know, so that no one's surprised by that. Water, water, water. But yes, INFPs are big on empathy. They want to feel what someone else is feeling. And they can become excellent actors, as I probably mentioned one too many times before. Some people literally cry when I'm direct to point out some objective facts. Well, the truth can be painful. And in my experience, it is painful more often than isn't. So the list would be ENFP, ISFPs, and INFPs. I don't find ESFPs sympathizing very often with other people. Not the young ones, anyway. Maybe as they get older, they might care more to sympathize. In terms of empathy and sympathizing and empathizing peoples, yeah, I would go with those three are more likely to be doing that. Okie dokie. Let's see. I'm being attacked by a Kazu. What do we got here? Let's see, I wonder if that's because you are normally not that way. Yeah, that's something that I'd like to mention, actually. So as I've mentioned before, I was the only extroverted feeling preference person growing up. Uh, in my normal household up till I was 15. I was the only one. And so people understood me as I was far less confrontational than everyone else in the house. Everyone had these strong opinions about things, and they didn't have issues expressing them. But so for the most part, I just went along with whatever it is someone wanted to do, because I was more about the cooperative experience than anything else. And so, all right. And so I had to do that, and I will continue this story in just a moment. I'm gonna go help out with that thing, and I'll be right back. Take a few minutes. All right. Oh, what did I miss? All right. There is authenticity in acting. Also, I like to have the distinction between the real me and a character. But what are you talking about specifically? What am I talking about? People with a strong preference for introverted feeling prefer to be authentic when asked about how they feel about things. Let's see. Let's scroll up a little bit further here. What about ISFJs? Don't know about ISFJs. They're usually good people, though. If introverted thing, I answered that one. Let's see. Makes me wonder if high introverted feeler users are more prone to method acting. I don't know. Urchin does extroverted feeling lead some types to mirror others in a way that's kind of like acting, but I like to think of as adapting. So yes, having a experienced, maybe preferenced understanding of extroverted feeling allows you to not mimic necessarily, but gauge the energy levels of a social situation. And then once you understand it, you can then modulate your behavior based on that. Extroverted feeling is about being fake in social situations. Just changing how you behave to better match what's going on. Should you say extroverted feeling or introverted feeling is better for acting? I think if you have the ability to mimic the behaviors of a fictional character, then that would make you pretty good at it. But from an MBTI theory standpoint, as you put it, INFPs and ENFPs have a preference for understanding the emotional behaviors of others, or in some cases, lack thereof. Just have a preference for it, is all. So once you can understand someone's emotional framework, you can then take steps to try and emulate it. So INFPs and ENFPs have more of a preference for practicing that behavior, understanding it. And so they can oftentimes make great actors and actresses. If you don't believe in golden pairs and whatnot, yeah, I don't. Do you think it's still worth knowing the MBTI preferences of someone prior to dating them? It, at the very least, it can help you understand how you might need to change certain behaviors, what to look out for in a relationship. So, for example, this might seem kind of basic, but for extroverted sensors, if you are not satisfying them in a physical manner, their eye will start to wander at the very least, if not begin getting upset with you. So there's that as an example. So you're gonna have to, if you decide to get a ISFP companion, for example, be willing to have relations a lot, especially if they're young. So bear that in mind. Extroverted feeling dominance a lot of the times don't have a problem being fake, and I really dislike that. I don't love being shipped with ENFJ, having just not found a good ENFJ girl. Well, your odds of finding an ENFJ is slim already, and then getting one to be with you could be more difficult. ENFJs would be looking for a very high quality mate, and they've got their own objective criteria for what high quality is. Now, typically, so for example, if you are a very successful football player who makes $100 million a year, then yes, you'll have an ENFJ or two knocking at your door. And to be attracted to girls with high extroverted thinking or introverted intuition. So I assume that you've met hundreds, if not thousands of people. I have no idea how old you are. And out of those, let's say, thousands of people, you find yourself to be only attracted to ones with high preference for extroverted thinking or introverted intuition. So I'm wondering how many introverted intuitive people do you think you've met? Because having it in the first or second position alone is actually rare. Like that's rare. Most certainly. You must live in a world where, like, 50% of the population is introverted intuitive.
Let's go.
I mean, I have no idea where that is. Would be an interesting place to see. If someone is angry and complaining about a situation, I'll adapt and pretend to be angry with them, but in my head, I'm thinking what a moron that they don't see. Yeah, I mean, I don't do that. I have ruined a great many friendships and or relationships by not having enough of an emotional response to something. Like, can you believe this guy did this thing? And I'm like, well, yeah, I can believe it. I mean, look what happened. And this is probably what he was thinking before he did it. And they're like, how can you not be morally outraged? And I'm like, I don't have those things. I'm just telling you what I believe they were thinking about before they did it.
Nothing personal, buddy.
But yes, that is acting. I think of it as adapting, so I don't get that. But no, I mean, you're still acting. You are pretending to be something that you're not. In this case, you were pretending to be a morally outraged person.
Faster, buddy! All right, let's see what we have.
Let's see. My two ex-girlfriends were ENTJ and INTJ. Cap. No, they weren't. Cap. Oh, goodness.
Good job, buddy.
I'm implying that ENFJs they have a high standard for themselves because they believe that they can go far in life. So their partner is going to be very high quality. Whatever they deem is high quality. So most people would agree that a high quality man is over 6 feet tall, makes well over 6 figures, chiseled jawline, works out, exercises regularly, is confident and assertive in most situations. So, yeah, if you want to attract an ENFJ, then you need to have those things. Family, friends, romantic relationships, I don't do that, but at work I will because I don't want to be fired for being unapproachable again. Well, I mean, have you tried just like unbuttoning your top button? Maybe. You might be considered more approachable then. Uh, but it's different for men and women in society. So different concerns.
Here we go.
Kuluyaku. Would you rather long-term date high introverted feeling or high introverted thinking? I'm thinking.
Move.
That's a tough one because there's obviously more emotional related support from a high introverted feeling. On the other hand, they're more likely to not agree with you on certain decisions, whereas an introverted thinking person would. On the other hand, having someone with a high preference for introverted thinking, I mean, it really depends on what other functions they have to go along with that. So that's a tough one for sure. Or maybe just never date again. Let's see. I don't know if sexualizing myself in HR is the smart move. Well, you're not going to know unless you try. Alright? We can speculate on it all day, but until you try it out for sure, you won't know. I was just saying it might make you more approachable if a top button wasn't buttoned.
What's a bit more?
What's the matter?
Had a great time.
Barely broke a sweat. Yoink. Mine now.
Nothing personal. Ew. But I need this.
There's plenty of waifus and husbandos you can date in VNs. What's VNs? Linlinkins. Where do I know that name from?
Sweet.
Now, I know of someone named Lindsay who enjoys talking about waifus and husbandos. And she also enjoys visual novels from last I remember, so...
Quest complete.
Alright, next question. Let's go. It's just your girl, Lindsay. How's Baldur's Gate? Alright, who's got another question? Let's keep it rolling. I figured Bob would be, like, front-loading, like, 24 questions.
I have awakened.
I am here to actually contribute to any talk of MBTI. I was offering a solution to never dating again. Yeah, so I have a Steam game called Her New Memory, which I played for, like, a solid 10, 12 hours. So it's kind of like having a girlfriend almost. You aren't out of Act 1 yet. How are you not out of Act 1 yet?
Move. Nice one. Found it.
Bob, where are your questions? I am so certain and without a doubt that they were an ENTJ and an INTJ, that they may be rare, but were... Okay, so I have to ask, though, why did an ENTJ date you? I mean, how old were they? Were they, like, in their 40s? And they were needing someone to put a child in them? Because unless they were much older, an ENTJ is more concerned with making sure that their career is working, is going well. And unless you were either rich or you just happened to be at their place of work where they could use their relationship with you to further their own goals, then they're not going to bother with getting into a relationship with you. It's simply not. Now, an ESTJ, I could believe that. ISTJ, believe that too. EN, no, I do not. No, I don't recommend any MBTI books. I don't read others' material. I did all the work myself. So, that's the information I bring to you. Things that I were... factoids about MBTI I was able to confirm in life and then share with people. So, yeah, that. I'm also not big into extroverted thinking either, and so I always encourage people to, listen to what I had to say and then try to apply it in real life. See if you can relate to the information that I'm giving. Which type do you think is the easiest to handle as a child? ISFJs, most likely.
Thanks for coming.
That would be the absolute easiest. They're just helpful and they want structure and order and to follow whatever rules were set down in the environment. So yeah, go with ISFJ. Let's see. But what if you use extroverted feeling to pretend to be angry like the other person is? Because there's lots of reasons why we would pretend to be upset about something. When I was much, much younger, I could pretend that I was upset about something if I knew that it was going to get me some benefit later. If you catch my drift. So, yeah, it's all about why you do something rather than the what you're doing. Most people can fake outrage, but it's the why they do it.
He's targeting you.
Let's see. Anyway, let's see. Craig prioritized beating it with you first, and then we just never got back to playing with it. Well, we... Craig was concerned that he may never make it to Act 2. And so I was like, well, see, this way we can finish the game, see one of the potential endings, and then, try something else later. Let's see. Let's see, she already had her business going, and also was an Enneagram 3W2. Don't know what that is. So she could almost appear like an extroverted feeling dominant, but really wasn't at all. Yeah, so I don't think Enneagram has a lot of merit to it. So there's that. But I just don't know why. I mean, are you rich or something? Is that why she wanted to be in a relationship with you? Just there's a lot of criteria that needs to be met here to, be an extrovert, to really for sure be an ENTJ. You don't need to be an ENTJ to run a business either, by the way. Matter of fact, most CEOs that you meet are going to be ESTJs. Anyway. I am worried about people becoming less connected to each other and more connected to AI. I've just accepted the fact that this is the case already. Well, it's easy for some, not as easy for others. I'm in good graces with people because they provide me with something, or in case I ever need something from them. The latter is most certainly the case for why I behave the way that I do around people. It's not that I might need something from you right now, but later I might call on you for something. A tinge of sadness. Oh, goodness.
Good job, buddy.
What other things? But yeah, Iago, if you are just stumbling upon a lot of introverted intuitives somehow, then good for you, because obviously most people don't. Do you not like Enneagram? I was reading descriptions for Enneagram some months back, and I was finding that someone's Enneagram could very easily change based on their very current living situation. You take someone who's in this particular Enneagram type, and then all of a sudden they were rich the next day, like they won the lottery. And then all of a sudden that Enneagram's going to change. And I don't need to. Not that I don't need to. I'm not interested in a system that can change based on that someone's living situation. And that's just what I had read. I don't know much about it, but just not interested. I didn't find a lot of merit in it, is all. Which is kind of unfortunate, given that there is a large number of people that like to mix MBTI and Enneagram. But and all I really know about it is it has something to do with like core fears. And like your fears can change on a day-to-day basis based on your living situation. Bob, are you still alive? Jeez, and the monster goes all the way over there. What a pain. Bob's busy trying to manipulate humans in the workplace, I think. And then I have no idea where she's at. She's probably just busy doing something. Or asleep. She's been keeping weird hours.
Gotcha.
Lin, what you should do is convince my brother to get back onto Monster Hunter.
Found it.
There, that adds up.
This
You
is
have
gonna
my
hurt.
things.
Thanks.
Be careful! The monster's looking
It's
at
after you.
Let's see here. There are many authors. I don't know who you need, but I also don't think you can really change any type. Just maybe dip into others, just like MBTI. Well, I don't know how you can. I mean, you can dip. You can use cognitive functions most certainly, but to become someone that has had a preference for those cognitive functions for a long period of time, no, you can't really do that. You can try. You can try to pretend to the best of your ability, but I don't know. I specialize in the Myers-Briggs type indicator. That's just what I tell people. It's my specialization.
You'll be
Here for you.
Okay, I'll tell him he can't play Pokemon Go anymore. Well, he's always going to play Pokemon Go, but...
We're in this together.
You're better than that.
Besides, Monster Hunter is way better than Pokemon Go. Also, they have a Go version of Monster Hunter I heard about. I don't remember what it was called, but look it up. Monster Hunter something. Not Go, though. Let's see. But yeah, tell him that I need him on Monster Hunter. Need some switch action, possibly. I've been practicing other weapons so that we wouldn't use the same ones.
This is gonna hurt.
Sticky ammo. It's not helpful. Natural preference doesn't change, but you can force other functions. You can try to force other functions, but it's going to come off as weird and awkward. And so, outside of the norm. Son of a biscuit. Yeah, we can play some Monster Hunter.
Take this. It's the end of the line for you.
What else we got? Next question. It's chill MBTI Friday. And of course, we'll still be having a stream on Saturday as well. So, and see you later, Iago. Hunter of introverted, intuitive people.
Have a taste of this.
Be careful.
This one's gonna hit hard.
Oh, that's bad.
It's coming for you. This is gonna hurt. Take this.
Also, I found out that ranged combat is just generally better than melee combat in Monster Hunter. Who would have thought using guns would be so effective?
You're in for it now.
Move.
Let's see, what else do we got here? MBTI type of the Fellowship of the Ring. It is my belief that there is not a single intuitive preferenced person in the Fellowship of the Ring. Not a one.
This is for my fellow hunter.
Why does Bob have pets?
Here comes the pain.
Guns are always effective. Guns are always effective.
This is gonna hurt.
So I'll be listening, but can't ask questions for about 30 minutes.
No more holding back.
You're done for.
That's alright. I'll just keep shooting stuff in Monster Hunter till somebody asks me a question. My favorite weapon in Monster Hunter was the Charge Blade. And I suppose it still is, it's just not as effective in multiplayer situations. And I found that the light bow gun is amazing. I don't know if you can see it, but down there... No, you can't see it. Because my giant head is blocking it, but
Take this.
I'll show you here in a second.
It's the end of the line for you.
Yeah, multiplayer situations, it can be more difficult to do damage with certain weapons because some of them require more counterattacks to really pull off the big damage on monsters, and in multiplayer you don't know where the monster's going to attack next. And so you end up, in, like, for example, I'm not really getting attacked at all, which just allows me to just keep pummeling the monster with Pierce ammunition. And then when it does try to attack me, I just, you know, do one of these. Done.
Throw the target!
This is for my fellow hunters.
Yeah, you would be correct on that suspicion. It's and not just that you can get their damage up pretty high now, but it is the fact that you can just keep hammering a target. And you don't have to wait for, you know, countering an attack, or you don't have to move your character really out of the way. You just hold down the trigger, and then shoot, 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 shoot. But, let me, real quick. So the pink bar is my DPS, and that's, or the total damage I dealt, and that's everyone else's damage. So as you can see, I got here late, obviously, and my damage is...
See you later.
It's like it's more than double the damage of everyone else in the party. Like combined everyone else, combined all their damage, mine is still like double that damage. So it's pretty ridiculous. All right, let's see here. Yeah, it makes the fights more interesting. They're more engaging when you're doing it in melee combat, but if you want just straight damage in a multiplayer setting, take something ranged, whether it's a light bow gun, heavy bow gun, or just the actual bow and arrow. Any of those are going to be better. You didn't answer my other question. Well, what was your other question, Bob? Let me scroll up. Someone who is usually quiet, non-emotional, very intelligent about engineering. Well, I mean, if you're intelligent about engineering, you're probably relatively intelligent. Often tinkering with machines, doesn't seem to care about social harmony, doesn't trust MBTI, ISTP. Certainly C. Well, I mean, it could be a ISTP. It also can be an INTP. They don't trust people in general or systems that involve people. So ISTP is more often the case. However, I have recently, you know, in my MBTI Discord, I have found that there is a lot of ISTPs that are interested, not necessarily in MBTI, but they're interested in trying to learn more about themselves. And so they come to the Discord wanting an answer on what their personality type is and try and figure it out from there. But yeah, a lot of the ISTPs I have in my Discord don't talk a lot about MBTI. They'll talk about a lot of other stuff, but not really MBTI. Understandably, they just, it's not at the forefront of their mind. Abstract topics are not harassing them all day, every day. Understandable. So, I was also thinking for a birthday stream, and that I would get the clippers and the electric clippers and just take off a great deal of this hair on stream. I thought that might be funny for somebody.
What's up? See ya.
Oh, goodness. All right. Be safe. Good. I'll even tell Marina.
Let's go! I have awakened!
Abishatan. Jeez, it's all the way out there. All right. Who else has a question about anything? I'm ready to answer those questions. And Bob was describing the stereotypical modern day ISTP.
Move!
Not necessarily off topic, but not too long ago, I don't know if anyone knows Adel or Adele. I'm not sure how people want to pronounce his name. He was typed by someone else on another MBTI server as an ISTP, and I thought that was pretty amazing, actually. Like, to just talk about a lack of experience in utilizing MBTI for real life. It was actually quite impressive. But yeah, so if you ever talk to Adel, go ahead and tell him that he's an ISTP just for fun. If you had to choose a type to be like the leader of the world, which type would you pick for a leader of the world? Well, it depends on what kind of leader you want. Like what kind of leader do you want? Someone that's just hyper efficient and is, really boosting the economy at all times, and that kind of leadership, because you kind of end up in a place like China. So and if that's what you want, then you'd go for a ENTJ. Would be on the up and up about that, and that'd be pretty good. On the other hand, if you want a more maybe a more chill-esque society, maybe one that cares more about people working together and being in harmony, well, there's ENFJ would of course work for that. Most of the time for a leadership position, you're looking for a true leader, by the way, like someone who makes majority of the decisions, kind of thing. Then you're most likely going to be going with an introverted intuitive, one or the other. But like for the United States, we've had presidents that were decidedly not preferenced introverted intuitives. Most of the time they were just good at appealing to the emotions of the people, like ENFP. Like I always figured that Barack Obama was probably an ENFP. Well, we're talking about for like modern day stuff, like the United States legislation, etc. I mean, that stuff takes forever, so you don't really need someone that can think on their feet. You just need someone who is good at planning out policies that will work, in 6 months, kind of thing. So, like, I would suspect that an ENTP, like someone like myself, would be good at leading people or being able to make decisions for people that have a overall good benefit, being able to see the different perspectives there and between peoples. But at the same time, I'm also someone that's going to be like, we're going to get rid of a lot of things that people rely on for survival. Be like, so a lot of these things are really dumb and we're going to stop doing them. A lot of the corruption would be, I would want to have removed from politics. And unfortunately, half the government decisions that get made are based on corruption and greed, so it's no one's gonna get me, no one's gonna want me to be president, most certainly. Ridiculous regulations on things. I'm very libertarian, so I have this general belief that you can do whatever you want so long as you're not trampling on the rights of someone else. And that's it. If you want to go home and shoot up meth, twice a day after work, you hurting anybody? Are you at all? Or are you just, vegetating there on your couch at the end of the day? I don't see why that needs to be someone else's business, what you do with that, as an example. Do ISTPs have dirty environments? I have seen ISTPs who had... Now, here's the big thing. An ISTP that is hating life will have what they consider to be a disorganized space. Absolutely. I know of one ISTP who kind of fell into alcoholism. And yeah, you're going to see he had his desk, he had a computer, and after he was done shooting people on first-person shooters, like Call of Duty or Apex or whatever, he would just have these cans, empty beer cans and empty liquor bottles, like all over the place, his clothes on the floor, whatever. He was not happy at all, not in the slightest, and that really showed. Because normally when everything's going well, he takes care of business for sure. So ISTPs, their living space is usually a great indicator of how they're doing internally. But the thing is that it definitely bothers ESTPs. ESTPs don't have those same issues that ISTPs do, and so ESTPs absolutely want to have a clean room, whether things are going good or not. They believe that oftentimes they believe objectively having a clean room is just better for living, so they do that. Do you think the common phrase that goes around the MBTI world, the world is made and ran by extroverted thinking DOMs, is accurate? It's certainly supervised by extroverted thinkers, most certainly. It's supervised by a lot of those. Is it made by them? No. It was made by regular folk, which is essentially everyone. Everyone, has worked to create the country or to create the world that we live in today. Lots of different people. And usually those extroverted thinking dominant people go to extroverted intuitive dominant people, or, well, preferenced people, whether it's INTP or ENTP, ENFPs, INFPs, and ask them for what their ideas are about how things should move forward. They just throw ideas. You throw enough stuff at the wall, eventually something's going to stick. Kind of ideas. So extroverted thinkers are very good at finding the best information that they can be using for the situation, but that requires that someone else come up with it first. So no. And if anything, I would say that the world is probably ran by introverted sensors. It's maintained by introverted sensors, not necessarily extroverted thinking. That's what I would say. Introverted sensing keeps civilization going. Always remember that. Never underestimate the importance of functions. That the more commonly used functions. There's a reason that they're commonly used, and there's a reason why everything is, you still have lights right now. You still have electricity right now. And that's because there is an introverted sensor maintaining it. And hopefully they're being paid well for maintaining it.
Yoink.
Someone asked me not too long ago about types being more common in certain societies, and the answer I gave was, I believe that wherever there is civilization, there is a strong preference for introverted sensing, wherever civilization can be found. Do you think ENTJs get an unfair description as dictators? I don't think it's unfair. I don't know. I don't. Whether or not something's fair is more subjective than anything. So, yes, ENTJs have no issues being dictators. Not a problem whatsoever. And most of them try to strive for that level of authority wherever they're at, whether it's official or unofficial. They like power. They like being in control. Most people do, though. But the ENTJ takes a particular interest in it and do their best to maintain it. So no, I don't think it's unfair. I think it's just accurate that they want to be dictators. Of course they do. Why wouldn't they? To have perfect control over people. And they do what they follow your plans and what your ideas are. Move You can completely change the course of human civilization by having that level of power. And so an example would be, yeah, I imagine there's a number, there's some ENTJs in the Chinese government. And they do their best to keep people under their thumb. Which, I mean, it seems to be kind of sort of working out for them. And it's certainly not a good deal for the people in general, but whatever. Tomorrow morning, Monster Hunter? Okay, then.
Feel better now?
Thank you.
I'm glad that he has a secretary like you.
Here it comes! Get ready! Are you ready?
Let's see. It's gone. Right. Whatever did happen to Ven? Someone should go tag her on my Discord and see if she wakes up. Hello, Angel Vasquez. He says we're playing Baldur's Gate tonight with Craig, and tomorrow we're good to go. Well, I figured his schedule's pretty, it's pretty tight these days, what with him needing to go on walks with you for 6 hours a day, and then go on a bowling, being a part of the bowling league. And heard you guys got whipped up by some old people not too long ago. Ah. No! Fire hot.
This is the end!
Let's see. Oh, goodness, no. The old people are on their game, she says.
Throw the target!
Here it comes!
And someone got knocked out. That's to be expected. Teostra sucks. And it's Nick Glass. Hello, Mr. Glass. Or Miss Glass. I don't want to assume genders here. That's illegal on YouTube, I think. Yeah. So I read something that said having inferior introverted sensing can cause ENFPs and ENTPs to be fascinated with catastrophes. Well, I am not adverse to the idea of there being a giant collapse. I think it would be interesting to watch all those well-made plans by the powers that be just kind of crumble into pieces. I would love to see that.
You're in deep trouble!
Well, yeah, I'm down. I'm hoping for mostly I just hope for some kind of virtual reality. That's what I'm hoping for.
Are you ready?
Just take me away from this world and put me into like Sword Art Online, but for real. You never know what's illegal these days. That's a big true. King and Master? Yeah, that makes sense.
It's gonna hurt! Wow,
You're
that was
natural.
perfect. Here it comes!
Oh no.
Ready?
Big explosion. No, I went the wrong way. We're okay. For a long time, I preferred it if people referred to me as the Prince.
It's targeting you!
Coming for
So,
you!
I understand that completely.
Get ready!
job.
Watch me kill this monster while I vape. The skill.
Are you ready?
It's the end of the line for you.
The Prince of what? No, just the Prince. That's it.
This is the end.
Draw the target.
You're the monster.
Certainly not the Prince of Persia. I liked those games as well when they came. Segue into a video game again.
This is
Prince of
the
Persia, Sands of Time. Nobody?
Just a
It's
bit
on its
more.
end, weaker.
What you think, Negan? Have you watched The Mentalist? That is like the 4th time someone's asked me about The Mentalist, and no, I haven't seen The Mentalist. However, I recently saw some clips of The Mentalist. But no. Not super interested. A lot of my,
I'm bringing the pain.
in quote, television consumption, it needs to have some kind of supernatural bent to it these days, otherwise I'm just not interested. And yeah, I was like most people and thought that, you know, the Rings of Power was going to be super good, and then it turned out to be not super good. I also made Ven watch it not too long ago. She was not having as much fun with it as I was. Primordial Malzeno next. Do you think MBTI and career types are accurate? Like, what careers are best for certain types? I did a Patreon video regarding those, but let's see here. I think that some of them made sense. Like for ISTJs, one of them was like firefighter or police officer. Like, okay, it makes sense. It's got a whole bunch of, you know, rules and procedures for those kinds of jobs, and you just, you know, do what you're supposed to be doing, and then you get paid. That makes sense. I imagine that most personality types could do most jobs, but whether or not they're going to be interested in it and then take such an interest in it that they'll get, you know, be the best at it or, you know, near the best, that's you would definitely think certain personalities would be better for it. So, for example, when it comes to things like, you know, being a therapist, someone that has no issues getting paid to listen to the feelings of other people and then be genuinely interested in them, ENFPs and INFPs. Makes sense to me. Maybe someone that wants to actually, you know, help or fix people's problems, you know, maybe, you know, someone that has more of a logical bent to them for fixing those kinds of problems, you know, there's other types for that, understandably. I would say, though, for ENTPs, we live in an age right now where entertainment is the money-making for an ENTP, anyway. So I absolutely recommend making funny videos and then trying to get popular that way and see if you can, you know, get advertisements and get people to sponsor you and make money that way. That's what I would recommend. It's never been easier. No! Bad monster. Bad monster. You're doing a fine job playing Monster Hunter, my prince. Thank you, Zedon. I do like me some Monster Hunter. I played World a little bit last night. I reinstalled it just for fun. And I do miss the aesthetic of World. I miss some of the gameplay elements therein, but Rise is just more modern. was trying to type the main character because he is often typed as either an ENTP or an INFJ. I did not get the impression that he was an INFJ at all. Here's the thing. We have to remember that INFJs have introverted intuition in the very first position, meaning that at all times, something they can't turn off is, how is this going to benefit my plans, goals, ambitions? Is this a part of my plan? And will it work? That kind of a thing. So, you got to think characters that are working like, you know, as just this freelance person to help the police out, which is what I got from the show, by the way. I that's what the clips that I watched is that there's essentially just some guy that helps the police out, or at least one police officer, you know, solve crimes and whatnot. And if that's the case, then why would an INFJ who cares about their future so much just kind of play it by ear and help out the police when necessary? They wouldn't do that. That's not introverted intuition at all. Let's see. For ENTP, one of them was HR manager. That doesn't sound right. I think I'd be the most ass-backward HR manager, considering I'm an ass-backward HR generalist, so it didn't make sense. I agree. That's a very dumb thing to say. I would say ESFJs or ENFJs would be better suited for that kind of position. Not an ENTP, no. That would be very silly. Wouldn't recommend. What else do we got here? Told you, Mum. YouTuber is the way to go these days. Prince just confirmed. Facts. As an ENTP, get into entertainment. Whether it's making movies, writing some books, you know, writing for television shows, sketch comedy, anything entertainment related. Get into entertainment, whatever that might be. That is absolutely what I recommend. You've got the cognitive functions for it, so get to it. Good point about INFJ. The main in The Mentalist is very playful, often doesn't know how it will turn out, and just plays it by ear. He finds it amusing when he is wrong or his plan goes awry. Yeah, anyone with a strong preference for introverted intuition does not enjoy it when their plans don't go as planned. They do not have fun with that. They are usually quite upset about it. So, the thing is that the internet, 90% of the internet has a different understanding of MBTI. They have this very extroverted thinking belief in MBTI, and it's not helpful for the community at large. So, but that, you know, I'm here as that solitary boulder going against the tide. So, we'll hope that it all works out in the end. Woo. Ah. He got me. Captain Jack Sparrow, ESTP or an ETP. Jack Sparrow's an ENTP. There's really zero doubt about that whatsoever. Which is amazing, because Johnny Depp is an INFP, and as I've mentioned, you know, many times, INFPs are excellent actors, as long as, you know, they just need to get into the character, and then boom, they're good. Well, I'm running out of ammunition here. I didn't restock after the Teostra fight. Nah. No. I'm a delicate snowflake. Or I ran out of gunpowder 2 ammunition. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to help the team a little bit.
Ready for anything. Feeling great.
Maybe high extroverted feeling. Oh, do you think there's a correlation between MBTI types and being clingy in a relationship? Yeah, it's usually introverted feeling gets clingy in relationships. Introvert, it's the feelings. The feelings make someone clingy. So, now, I mean outwardly clingy. When we're talking expressing a strong level of clinginess, yes, that's going to be a introverted feeling thing. I mean, regardless of the personality type. If it's a personality type and they start to get clingy, it means that they are expressing their introverted feeling. So yes, you're right about that. Even introverted, like an ISFJ, not going to be super hyper clingy. They may express concerns about maybe you not being around enough, but they more care about whether or not you're cheating on them. And if you're not, and you're just doing what you're normally doing, they're gonna not really care that much. They have their own stuff to be doing. Like an ISFJ is taking care of the house, and depending on your living situation, taking care of the house can be an absolute full-time job. So, and it shot through a building to bring me down. That was fun. So, yeah. So the point is that they have other things to be doing, and so even an ISFJ isn't going to be hyper clingy. They're gonna be like, okay, are you cheating on me? Are you cheating on me with your secretary? If not, then okay, great. I'm gonna go, pick up the kids from soccer, and have dinner ready when you get home. That's it. And they're far more extroverted feeling is not oftentimes very emotional. Anyone that has a preference for extroverted feeling, they're not super emotional people. They can be. Sad things happen and they can cry. I've seen them do it. It's just they try to they're more concerned with things being on schedule than they are about personal feelings. So.
Mine now.
Here we go.
Are introverted feelers more emotionally volatile? Yes. By default, they are more. Doesn't mean they're always going to be emotionally volatile. It just means that they are more prone to that behavior.
All right, let's see what we have.
How do you think someone that doesn't have high introverted thinking learn to use introverted thinking in like a good way? Oh, someone that doesn't have high introverted thinking learn to use it in a good way. Well, introverted thinking, in my opinion, is always good. You trying to have a personal understanding of some system or object or scenario, using your brain to understand the why that all happened on your own, that's healthy. I think that's good. Now, of course, if you're not a strong preference introverted thinker, it's either going to be A, considered a waste of time to you, or B, it's going to be strenuous for you to do so. It's going to cause discomfort for you to spend a long period of time thinking about the why of something happening, or in some cases both. They might, they oftentimes maybe get bored over the subject, but I think it's healthy. I think it's always good. But that has more to do with other factors that lead to more sensitive subjects that I may or may not be allowed to cover on YouTube. So. But yeah, so let's use an example. Find a random event outside and then try to understand the why that it was happening. Don't bother going to Google. Don't try to ask a friend about it. Just pick something and try to work logically why that thing happened. There's you look outside and there's someone ran over a telephone pole. Or not ran it over, but wrapped their car around a telephone pole. Why did it happen? Look at, did it look like they tried to swerve just before hitting the pole? Like that can determine, that. Are the tires popped? And that's why they lost control of the vehicle. Is it when they got out of the car, some beer cans fell out as they got out of the car from the accident? Understand the why something has happened. Just as practice, and then, you can be right or wrong. It doesn't really matter as long as you're trying to think it through logically. That would be you trying to flex your introverted thinking. So Do you think that same functions based on placement within the top 4 are conscious or unconscious? I think that most of your functions are consciously used. Like, but in terms of the one that you actively try to go and use on a regular basis, well, that's your second position function. The function in the first position you use whether you want to or not. You don't have a choice. It doesn't. You can't turn it off. It's always going to be there. I can choose whether or not I want to flex extroverted feeling. And so when I'm having conversations with people, I can choose to either go with an introverted thinking route, or I can choose to placate them and keep the situation, social, good, fine, or just say whatever I need to say to make sure that people are charmed by whatever it is that I'm saying. I can choose to go that route. Now, in my personal experience, it has been more effective, overall in my life to flex extroverted feeling. It's most certainly. But I always have the urge to want to express my introverted thinking. I always have that urge, and I do my best to express my introverted thinking, but in as much of an extroverted feeling way as I can. I try, unless I've been drinking or I'm particularly perturbed that day. In which case, I'm old now. I'm 35, so I've had a lot of life experience, dealing with people, and usually, if I believe that I'm going to have a much more difficult time trying to use extroverted feeling, I try to keep people away or limit my interactions with them. Which type do you think is most likely to use MBTI to improve themselves? Most likely to improve themselves. ESTJ? Maybe ESFJ? I'm throwing that out there. I don't know which type is likely to use it to improve themselves. It's very... You'd have to define what improvement is. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, like, you can't just, get the manual for MBTI and then start leveling up from reading it. Like, that's not how the MBTI works. The MBTI, it tells us that you have a strong preference for these functions. And this is how you're going to live your life, because it's so natural for you to be this way. So try to use extroverted feeling more. Maybe that would be like improvement. Do your best, but you're always going to end up defaulting back to, something else. I would think that a lot of introverted sensors could benefit from using MBTI. They care about programming. And I know that has somewhat of a negative connotation to it, but they want programming. And so if you're able to explain to them how their programming works, maybe they would want to work on deprogramming themselves or add to their programming. And so that could be helpful.
Here we go. I have awakened.
All right. I need to get a light or something to let people know that I'm streaming. Speaking of being old, love talking about getting old. Which, by the way, speaking of, I decided to stop getting older. So as of this birthday, I'll be 34 instead of 36. We'll be going backwards. Because reality means nothing to me. Do you think we place too high a value on young people expressing themselves? Lately. I've heard some people saying it's important that older people, 35 plus, should broadcast more. But, well, it's their opinion. It's good to hear what's wrong with the youngins, though. You don't want to just not give them a platform. You want to make sure that you can hear what their chief concerns are. For example, incels, for example, that's concerning. It was concerning when I read that whatever that poll was that was asking about, young men and having relations, and that for like 2 years, some ridiculously large percentage of young men, like those men between like 18 and 40, I think, were not having relations anymore. or they haven't reported any in like 2 years. It's like, whoa, that's not good. And it's and so it's not bad in a sense that they're just not getting any. And oh, that's a problem. We care about the no. It's the whole idea of society. Like the idea that we have a society is because someone came up with the idea that marriage should be a thing. They came up with marriage, and that's why we have civilization. If we didn't have marriage, then there were a lot of men who would simply not be interested in your tribe, because they weren't there. A lot of men had virtually no prospect of reproduction. And so now we're reverting back to a society where women are sharing men. the top, what are the top 20% of men are being shared. And so that means that a lot of young men aren't going to be interested in being a part of society anymore. And turns out you need people to be a part of your society. In particular, men to do especially the crap jobs that no one wants to do. And usually those are run, they're done by men. And so it's good to hear about what's wrong with the young people, so that you can nip those problems in the bud. So very important. So I think that they should express what's wrong. And, if someone wants to listen to it, then they'll listen to it. Now, should you be letting the young folk make a bunch of decisions for the country? No. I think that should be a collaborative effort between everyone. But, it's good to hear about the grievances. You want to know what people are upset about. Otherwise, you lose your society. Oh. See, there's a lot of unstable zoomers. Well, the loudest ones are going to be unstable. We see them on TV, we hear them complain on YouTube or wherever. We hear it a lot, but it's not from, I imagine, the majority. So the loud ones are the ones you're going to hear about the most. And it may seem like a lot of zoomers are having those same issues because they're just so annoying and loud, those few people, but some of them are going to have problems, other ones are maybe doing well. I don't know. And you say, Zidon, that you're 29 and you gave up. Well, you can't find a girlfriend? Be someone else's. That's an old 4chan meme, by the way.
Let's see how you handle this. Say goodbye.
Here it comes!
Let's see how you handle this.
Woo. Bad monster. No. Bring it down. Bring it down.
You take
Swag.
me off now!
Victory!
All done!
Shoot her.
Sweet.
Don't mind
Right
me.
now.
Let's see.
Sweet. I'll be taking this.
When China had that one-child policy and killed off or got rid of all their daughters so they could have a son, because having a son would mean that they would be taken care of when they got old, is that introverted sensing? In my opinion, that was probably closer to extroverted thinking than it was introverted sensing. Like, they don't have a long-standing tradition of killing off, or at least I don't believe so. They didn't have a long-standing tradition of just killing off their daughters, especially, and that certainly wouldn't have made sense, hundreds of years ago. You needed women to make more children. So at the time, I believe that was more of an extroverted thinking move. That, okay, we need to, having a son means that he'll probably make more money or earn more there, so that we can use that money later. So that was definitely a more practical, societally objectively correct thing to do for monetary gains. Do you believe in loops and grips like an ENTP? No, I don't. Those are, I have not, in the 10 years I did research, I have not seen people in these weird grip states where they would only use like a specific function. Like that's, you can have moments in which you, okay, so for example, I think twice in my life, whatever my living space was, I decided to just reorganize it into something more appropriate for, you know, traditional living, like twice. You could make an argument that I was in a, in quote, grip state for like 2 hours, but even while I was doing that, my mind was still wandering and thinking of other things. The idea of these grips and loops is suggesting that parts of the human brain just decide to stop functioning. Like who you are stops functioning for a set period of time. It's not how people work. Do not put a lot of stock in loops and grips, and, you know, talking about it like it's anything more than just a momentary lapse in sanity. Let's see. Wheat Waffles has a lot of good information for males looking good female partners. So it's kind of like, yeah, that, I just real quick on that particular subject of males looking for good female partners. How society is being run right now, it's kind of like what happens when you raise minimum wage. So right now there is a clear disparity between these, you know, top 20% of men and then the lower 80% of men, right? There's this clear disparity. They're very different, right? But so the idea, so let's say that you want to, as a man, you want to improve all men, right? You want to raise them up so that they all look like more potential worthwhile partners. All you're doing is essentially raising the minimum so that now they're on a more level field, but without the idea of needing marriage. Women are still going to want to choose the best amongst that raised percentage of men. They're still looking for the top. So you're just raising the minimum wage. Well, that just means that everything else goes up in price. So let's say you're like the average wage in the USA is like what, like it's like, is it 30,000 a year? Like, is that the average? I think. So what if you were to instead, make it so that all the men were now earning double that? All men were now earning 60K. That's a perfectly respectable amount of money to be making, right? You're not going to, if you got a family, you're certainly not going to be a super fancy life, but you're definitely better off than where you were at the 30K. But now women would start searching for men that now made more than 60K. They're still going to be gunning for the top spots. So, trying to look for that special someone, you have to stand out amongst your peers to be chosen. Let's see. Can you please describe the ENTP female? Rarely anyone talks about her. That's because rarely any of them exist. I've been doing this for 10 years. I can't account for the years prior to that if I'd ever met an ENTP female. But in 10 years, the only one ENTP female comes to mind, and I met that one very recently. So that's probably the reason why they don't get talked about a lot. I've met some ESFPs that wanted to be ENTP females. I've met some ENFPs that wanted to be ENTPs. But actual ENTP female, it's very, very rare. I've found far more INTP females than ENTP females. Seeing as far as I know, I've only met the one. Can I describe them? Well, they're lazy. They live in a more immaterial existence. They care about enjoying, pursuing it's just like the man, except that they have boobs. They are highly manipulative. They might be promiscuous. As a matter of fact, I'm guaranteeing that they're going to be promiscuous. It would be very silly for an ENTP female not to take advantage of their advantages that they have being female. So they're going to be heavy on flirtation, and they're going to be more no nonsense. They won't care as much about personal feelings. They would have no problem calling their boyfriend a pussy for being one, if they had a boyfriend. A lot of them will be into games. Try and be creative with abstract topics. Yeah, I would say that the ENTP might be closer to the Great White Buffalo than anything. And no, Melissa Talks is not an ENTP. Yeah, everyone's probably heard about that whole debacle of her having a breakdown, and I, of course, made a video on it. I watched her stream about whether or not she was an ENTP or an ENTJ, which, by the way, she's neither. So. But that was that. Yes, boyfriend. Well, see, an ENTP female, having a boyfriend is commitment. All right, and so she'll be thinking of the logical implications of having a partner, but and then wondering things like, well, what happens if I get bored of my current partner? Could cause problems. And then, which, for ENTPs, it's the one personality type that I say that, for an ENTP, it might be okay to cheat. The ENTP isn't looking to just fall in love with some new person or anything like that. It's just they want to experience a new interaction with another human being. And so it usually doesn't need to go any further than that. And so if any personality was to cheat on you and you were worried that that's, them trying to leave the relationship, the ENTP, that's definitely not one that you would have to worry about. They're not looking to leave the relationship. They're just looking to have a new experience with another person. And then come right back. But of course, cheating is different for men and women, and so obviously there's very few men that are willing to put up with their woman sleeping with other men. They're very few. So, do you think an ENTP female would be wife material? Under very specific circumstances, I would say that yes, an ENTP could be wife material. Very specific circumstances. Very, very specific. Probably not great at being a mom either. Just depends on what you're looking for. Now, granted, if you have if you're trying to wife up an ENTP and you're rich and you've got maids, then you're better off. Yeah, for sure. Because the ENTP isn't going to be all that interested in, day in, day out, taking care of a child for 12 to 16 hours a day. Not really going to be into it. And if you try to force them to do it, bad things are going to happen. Really bad things are going to happen. So as long as you're rich and you've got nannies to take care of children, then absolutely go for it. Why not? If not, then if not, then the ENTP will do their best to live as responsibility-free a life as humanly possible. So. And if there are any ENTP females listening, just remember that you're probably not going to want to settle down until you're so old that you will have missed out on the opportunities to get the super high quality men. So I would recommend that you take care of your bodies as much as humanly possible, so that when you're in your like mid 30s or something and you're like, okay, I'm finally ready to have a husband, that you can still maybe try to pick up on one of the higher quality guys. I think I have an ENTP friend slash coworker. Well, that's possible. I believe that. I don't necessarily believe the whole I know like, 6 INFJs thing, from whoever that was, I forget. But ENTP, sure. That makes sense. ENTPs enjoy the abstract.
Any last words? Now's my chance.
Do you think an ENTP and an ISTJ would have a good relationship? I've been in that kind of relationship, and no. The answer is no. Not going to have a good time. Just the conflict in functions alone would be a problem, but it also comes down to how that ISTJ lived, like I grew up. So, like, I've known some ISTJs that really enjoy video games. I know some of them. I mean, not all of them do, but the ones that do, I usually don't have a problem spending time with them. Now, granted, they're male, the ones that enjoy video games, the females don't care whatsoever, typically, about video games. So, if you have an ISTJ girlfriend, which I have had before, you're, depending on how she grew up, and this is most likely going to be the case, you need to get out there and make a bunch of money for her. Often. And when you have free time, maybe if you're lucky, they'll give you like an hour of free time, but after that hour's done, you are out there trying to hustle for more money. And that is not a fun existence. Let me tell you. Are there any advantages of being romantically involved with an ENTP? The relations should be very good. So, an ENTP wants to be really good in that particular aspect, because the better they are, the more likely they are to be able to manipulate you. So when it comes to the physical relations, should be pretty good. So that's an advantage. What do they bring to the table? Definitely someone to argue with. I mean, if you're into confrontation in your relationships, they can argue pretty well. But having someone, so you would think that an ENTP female would be this, kind of seemingly this ultimate girl next door kind of relationship, where she's going to be into video games and she's going to want to talk logic with you all the time, which absolutely can happen. So, I mean, if that's what you're into, then, if that's what you want in a long-term relationship kind of thing, then yeah. What do they bring to the table, though? Just someone that you can better understand, and someone who can better understand you. And if you're lucky, they're in a field that makes a great deal of money. I think ENTP females would be aware that women lose their value as they get older, and I think that would make them a little nervous for their promiscuous sex life, knowing one day it's going to be difficult. Well, thankfully lying is a thing. So, so about lying, you can lie about a promiscuous life, but yes, like, and that's what I had mentioned earlier. Just by the time you're ready, that you want to settle down, at like 35, just make sure that you've taken care of your body to the best of your ability. Seeing no choice but to unfortunately settle down before they can't catch any more good men. Yeah. What type do you think suits an ENTP female? Because I think it is different from ENTP males. I think that as long as it really depends. Like, so for me, I can't stand being in a relationship with someone who thinks that they know better than me. I have an issue with that, especially when I can point out all the reasons why I know that they know better. So that's an issue for me personally. And so if you so there's some types that an ENTP is not gonna get along with. So there's a lot of extroverted thinking preferenced people out there, and they don't want to hear your logic. They just want you to follow a plan, and that's where you're going to have issues. So the types, however, the types that ENTP females are going to be attracted to, though, they're going to be a lot different from the ones that ENTP men are typically attracted to, or that or men in general would be attracted to. So it's completely different. ENTP females, they're going to be attracted to. I mean, I wouldn't even say that they would have a specific type. Like they can learn to be attracted to many types for many different reasons. But of course, the ones that they're going to be most attracted to, ESTPs, other ENTPs, ENTJs, possibly, maybe some very confident ENFP males. There was a fifth one that I can't remember. It's there somewhere though. Anyway, they're going to be attracted to them. Now, whether or not that's going to be good for them, that's a completely different set of circumstances. It's just what they're attracted to and what's actually going to work compatibility wise, usually very different. So, I would need more data from an ENTP female to find out what works. But just from an MBTI math standpoint, yeah, obviously an ENTP wants a partner, a companion, generally. But I don't know if they're more attracted to a more aggressive partner, or if they still want their partner to be more malleable so that they can, control them and tell them what to do. I'm not sure. Because I as I've said, I have virtually no experience speaking with ENTP females, except as of very recently. What about emotional support from an ENTP? Non-existent. They can do their best to give you emotional support, but they're still going to want to come to a logical conclusion. So you're sad about something. Okay, I'll listen to it, and I'm sorry that happened. How can we fix it, though, so that we don't have to talk about it again? So, ISTP female ENTP might work with an ISTP. I agree with the possibly the ISTP match. I can agree with that. And as a matter of fact, I put that in one of my videos, is that if you can find an ISTP female, it might work out for you. I think that's also a possibly good match. So it may work in the reverse as well. ISTP male, ENTP female. I can see where that could work as well. Especially since the ISTP male is going to want to have his time to do his stuff. That means that the ENTP female is going to have their time to, do their thing as well. Talking to a bunch of different people, or, playing games with other people, doing whatever. So as long as there's no cheating going on, it also means, but just as I put down in that video, getting with an ISTP, whether male or female, they are much more physical creatures. And so you're going to need to have a lot of relations regularly. Let's see. I can see through all of his manipulate trick, and I can predict when he going to go for a girl. He is lazy but smart. I work with his dad welding company, and I know he is an INTJ. Oh, well, that's good. But let's see. But may become bored if the ISTP doesn't want to talk about abstract things. They're not going to be as interested. However, as I've mentioned earlier, there's a lot of ISTPs that have become interested in MBTI. So you could at least talk about that. However, how often are you going to be wanting to talk about MBTI? That's something else. So, but for the long run, which type do you think would suit her and is good for her and can also make a good husband? I would actually say an INFJ male. Probably go with that. I know what I've said about the INFJ and ENTP combination, but if you have an ENTP female and an INFJ male, that that could work. Let's see. But for the long run, which type do you think would suit her and is good for? Yeah, we did that one. Yeah, try. You could try that and see how that works out. You could also go with maybe. Well, it once again, it's the whole whether or not you're going to get bored thing. That I would say if you're not too worried about getting bored of your partner, an ISFJ male could work as well. Um, but otherwise, an INFJ still enjoys talking about the abstract. The problem is that the INFJ is going to be very much concerned with what their plans are, and so INFJs can have, just like with INTJs, they can have an issue where they're so focused on what they're doing and what their plans are that they forget that they're in relationships with people. They forget that other people they need to interact with other people, and that can lead to essentially a kind of separation in the relationship. So what if they don't want a husband? Do you think their future is screwed? No, we're so here. If you're an ENTP, I always recommend that you go into the entertainment industry. But if you're an ENTP female, then you should already be in the entertainment industry. You should have put your face on camera, get makeuped up, or whatever you need to do. I obviously don't, but you do whatever you need to do to attract that attention, because you're female and on YouTube, there's a lot of men that watch YouTube and get their attention, talk about something that they might be interested in. You should already be there. If you're an ENTP female, get on the internet, get there, get famous. And then, you don't, I mean, you could still get a husband, most certainly. I don't know how many super high quality males want to have a wife that is in the entertainment industry. I don't know. It's an option. And this way, though, if you're on the internet and you're famous and you're getting a lot of attention, you're making that passive income, then having a partner isn't as necessary as it was at some point. Now, granted, you'll eventually get old and eventually you'll have people stop watching you, but you could save up money and then invest in other business ventures for the future. Yeah, you could do OnlyFans. Now, granted, OnlyFans I recommend to anyone regardless of personality type. If you're female, go with OnlyFans. That's a fast way to make some cash. We enjoy troll coworkers, but he is more blunt and doesn't care if he hurts their feels. Well, that's a quick way to get fired when you don't care about how you're upsetting other people. But as for the ENTP ladies things, just get on there, make a talk show, talk about the happenings in life, or just talk about something, anything. Do that. I hate how I see this as attract more simps and pick the best one. That's life. that is life. I hate to bring up, Helen of Troy again, but remember, 2 armies went to war for 10 years over 1 woman. That's how powerful that can be. I'm just saying. Feet finder, there you go. I also, if you can make, let's say you can make like $1,000 a month, just, showing your toes on camera, just do it. Do you think shadow functions are real? I don't call them shadow functions. They're just more functions that are it's the stack, which I call the tower now. It's the function tower, but they're these in quote shadow functions, which are supposed to be the latter half of the functions. Yes, they're real. Everyone uses every function every day. The question is to what degree. And I found that those in quote shadow functions get developed at different rates depending on the person's life in general. I have found. A male has to beat the NENTP female into submission and catch it with an MBTI Pokeball. Well, you could try that and see how that works. Are there any actual ENTP females to watch on YouTube? I'm sure that there are. I don't know of them, but they're probably not talking about MBTI. They're probably, using the advice that I just gave, and you go with like a political topic. That's been a hot thing for a little bit now. If you're a woman and you talk about you're more right leaning, that seems to have been a hot it's a hot topic, I guess. Being female and being right leaning, or maybe more liberal or something. I don't know. Try that and then just talk about it. You'll get famous. Give it a shot. Men enjoy the whole, girl next door vibe, so. That was a good line of questioning there. Let's see. There was a woman that I thought, when I first saw her, I was like, whoa, she is saying some things that are very ENTP, some very ENTP things to say. But as I watched more and more of her, I got the impression that she was more or less just following someone else's logic on how things are. Her name was Shoe on Head. Very pretty, a very pretty young woman, and I thought that she was very much ENTP, but I kept watching and I realized that I think whoever she was dating at the time was kind of feeding her these views on things like politics and whatnot, and so I kind of figured that she was probably an ISFP female that got famous for how she looked and the things that she said. But yeah, Shoe on Head. I'm sure most people know who she is. Let's see. Don't ban me. I'll keep it PG moving forward. Ban you for what? What did you do? What did you do? I also found that most of the people that watch and or listen to me don't own computers, and that saddens me somewhere on the inside, somewhere in here. There's just so many cooperative things that we could be doing if everyone had a computer. And I thought that would be fun. Any advice for ISFP men in life, career, and love? Oof. Well, I hope that you are a very attractive ISFP male. So my in love, maybe if you're lucky, you could find another ISFP, like another ISFP female might work out for you. Introverted sensing women typically are not going to be as appreciative of your levels of sympathy towards living creatures. They want their men to be traditional men, and so that may be difficult. Computers are expensive. Let's see. As for careers, I know I have an ISFP friend. His name's Will. Will is, I think, 33 or 34 now, and he is a truck driver. He drives trucks all over the country. Well, not all over the country. I think he said he mostly does. He was doing runs from, like, Central California to, like, Truckee or something. I don't remember. But he makes a good living, and of course he's mostly alone. He started losing his hair around 24, 25, and then of course the belly started, forming, and he's not as happy as he could be, but I think that he's doing well. The truck driving job, he gets to spend a lot of time alone, listening to, books on tape or watching things on in the cab, with one of the monitors. So truck driving, I think that's being more physically. It's obviously it's a physically demanding job in that you have to stay awake for long periods of time and make sure that you're paying attention to the road and not to kill anybody. So that's something that's preferenced extroverted sensors are generally better at than most. So there's that. Let's see what else. And then in life in general, in the 10 years I've been studying MBTI, I found that the most depression and or cases of self-harm come from ISFPs and ISTPs, whether male or female. And so when you get older and you're looking at your life and you think to yourself, well, this isn't where I want it to be, because that's what happens. You get older and your introverted intuition starts to really kick on as a more prominent thought in your mind. They can oftentimes get depressed because life's not going the way that they want it to. And so that's where you might come across some issues is that you're gonna. So just make sure that you focus on you right now. That's what I would recommend. Focus on your future and where you want to be. Do it now so that when you are older, you are going to be happier when you get there. So that's what I recommend. Let's see. Did you watch Link Click? Nope. I have no idea what Link Click is. Sounds... Is it a harem anime? Because I like watching those. Let's see. That's where you seduce someone who's already got a computer and then come over to play Space Engineering. You could... Now, I have done that. There was a young woman in Turlock, California that I used to visit a lot because she had a PlayStation and she had the God of War games. And I really wanted to play God of War. So that is something that you can do. However, having your own machine is absolutely something that every ENTP needs to have, male or female. You need to have your own machine. So that you can get hyper addicted to it and then never have to leave your house too often. Oh, and then of course you could start your online entertainment career that way with a good computer. So girl used to fight over me in kindergarten. Girls used to fight over you in kindergarten. / joking. Well, it's a Chinese anime show, and I think you'll like it. It is nothing like new anime nowadays. Requires much thinking and analyzing. Well, that sounds like it could be fun. Quite possibly. I drove trucks in the military for 4 years. Might look back into doing it again. And yeah, depression is pretty prominent in my life. Been treated for it in the military and as a vet still. Yeah, I've got to say that it was so, the depression in those two types was so prominent that I had to mention it when talking about MBTI. That was it was incredibly noticeable. That was the pattern. ISFPs, ISTPs, big on depression. Big on depression. Specifically those two types. And a lot of people would think, well, wouldn't INFPs be the most depressed? No, not really. They have their moments of sadness, but they work through it. That would be the difference. They focus much more on their feelings than an ISFP would. And so they end up working through a lot of the problems. Doesn't mean that INFPs don't get depressed. They absolutely do. But they don't get to a degree that ISFPs and ISTPs do. And they tend to take more... They tend to take more desperate measures when it gets to a certain point. So, yeah, for sure. ISTP friend, I think it was last year, he got drunk and he was tired of it all and he swallowed a whole bottle of pills. And I believe it was 5 minutes later he realized that he made a mistake and then was rushed to the hospital. But what a coincidence, ISTP male. Pulling it off. I'm an ENTP female, and I struggle with my extroverted intuition, introverted thinking, because no one understands my logic, so I started isolating myself from society to the point I get depressed and sick. Well, I'm going to assume that you're a very young ENTP female, because if you were older, you would know that there's ways that you can handle that. One being alcohol is a great way to handle those kinds of things. And also getting to learn how other people think and behave. Yeah, a lot of people aren't going to be as interested in what you have to say because it's not based in some form of sensing, so that will happen. But alcohol is something that I had to use a lot as I got older. And that can certainly make things more bearable. Now, I'm not advocating that anyone go out there and drink themselves silly. I'm just saying that having a little bit of alcohol from time to time can be great for you. But remember that the internet exists, and there are a lot of people to talk to about your crazy abstract ideas and or logic. And so the people around you are not the only people that you can interact with. And so, once again, I recommend getting a computer so that you can play games with people. Or then you can research whatever it is you want to research in that very specific moment. You know, open up a million tabs about, you know, whatever it is that you're interested in. Always recommend that. Learn how people function so you can hold the control in social situations. Yep, that is what I recommend if you are an ENTP female. And you're 26. Now, your name is Nora Nasir Al-Subi. I'm not even going to try to pronounce that anymore. Do you do you live in the West, or do you live somewhere else? Oh, thank you. Thank you. I also have a good PC, by the way, Baldur's Gate 3 Grind. Yeah, see, if I can get 4 people onto the Discord and that all have PCs and can have Baldur's Gate, and then we should do a Baldur's Gate run, and then, you know, we can post that on as an event. People can watch us watch maybe different personalities play Baldur's Gate 3. Thought that would be fun. Or maybe it wouldn't be fun. I have no idea. Just it was a thought. Then you'll know when someone is worth your time from logical discussions. Well, and that is, and you would definitely want to get advice from another ENTP female. You would want to, you know, get advice from that, because it's different male to female for what would be considered worth your time. So if for example, when I was 21. A female that was interested in me, who had some manner of money and was able to purchase alcohol, I assumed that she was worth my time. For how long? That depends. But let's see. You're in the Middle East. Okay, so things are a little bit more restrictive there in the Middle East. I remember I had someone else who was also from the Middle East. She was INFP, and she was very unhappy with all the people that she could talk to.
Here we go.
Well, what you can do is join my Discord and then talk on voice chat. I don't know what time zone you're in, but I imagine there's some overlap in the hours of consciousness, so you could, you know, have a talk with me. All you have to do is at me, generally speaking. As long as I'm not busy doing something, and then I just join the voice chat. So.
Good job, buddy.
Sir, can you please answer my question? Let's see, what question? What types are the happiest or most optimistic, typically? ESFP, I think of extroverted intuition as an optimistic function. That's... I wouldn't go with extroverted intuition as being an optimistic function. Having a preference for wanting to see all of the possibilities often includes the bad ones. So, if you want someone to fake all that optimism, then you could go with ENTP. You could fake that. But if you want an extroverted intuitive to have a real conversation with you, then some of the negative stuff is going to get brought up, and that's less optimistic. But for just general fakeness and wanting to be optimistic all the time, then you're actually looking for someone with a strong preference for extroverted feeling. So, to have an INFJ friend, ENFJ friend, ESFJ, ISFJ, you can go with that. Now, except for the ISFJ part, ISFJs tend to want to be more real about things, but once in a while they'll be fake with you. Like if you're good friends, for example. But optimism usually comes from a frame of mind. So if everything's going good in your life, you tend to be more optimistic to people. So the types that are rich might be more optimistic. Let's see here. How many people from the Middle East have you met that were at least slightly curious about MBTI? I think off the top of my head, like 5. I think I've talked to about 5 people from the Middle East. I think one of the first people that I got to talk to on my Discord was from the Middle East. I don't remember exactly where, and I certainly don't remember the name. But I remember that he was young. The point is not that I want anyone to relate to or to chat. The point is I'm sick of all people because life in itself doesn't make sense to me starting from existence to people's interactions. So you just don't want to... You're just sick of everyone? Well, I mean, that sucks, to be sick of everyone. But you're an ENTP, so you should be able to use that to your advantage. What was an edgy take? My best friends are ESFPs, ENFPs, ISTJs. I love them, but their logic drives me so crazy. It shouldn't be bothering you that much. I mean, come on. You're 26. You should be used to people being silly by now. People be silly. Although if it's bothering you this much, I'm kind of getting the impression that you might not be an ENTP. Or at the very least, at the age of 26, I would hope that you would have figured out a way to leave and go to some other part of the world. I personally have lived a rather nomadic lifestyle. I have lived in a large number of places. Next stop from here should be Oregon. So, no, granted, I've already lived in Oregon before, but this time I'm thinking about getting closer to the coast. One of us, one of us. I'm not officially a cult yet, right? Like I have to start taking money just for the privilege of being in the Discord. And then I'm a cult. Street Daddy Urchin. Yep, learn how to manipulate your boss. I was really hoping that Street Daddy Urchin wasn't going to catch on, but here we are. Thank you, Bob, by the way. Imagine talking and disgusting STH for someone else's benefit, but they leave everything and focus on the shallow stuff. Well, I mean, I don't really have to imagine that. I mean, that's most of my conversations with people, you know, in life. You live in a sensor world, whether introverted or extroverted, regardless of where you live. It is a sensor world. You're just doing your best to adapt to it. No, also you live in a right-handed world, and as a left-handed person, I've had to adapt to that as well. Hmm. Hmm. What things do you find logical that don't cross their minds? Oh, also, we were opening up the floor to more questions if you got them. I love answering MBTI questions. Hmm. One second. Can we ever do a video chat party on Discord? Mm-hmm. We used to do that some months back. We were doing that for a while. We could do it again. Could even do it this Saturday. At least not in the morning. Apparently, my brother is only scheduled to do fun activities in the very early parts of the morning. Something I don't remember being brought up or talked about that often. Have you met any ESTP females? I've probably met them, but I don't remember them. I've met ISTP females. 2, specifically. I don't know. But that was a big thing for a while there. I think everyone was on video. But yes, next time I'm in the Discord, we'll be on video. My excuse was that I'm on video so often that I just didn't need to be on video anymore. Used to be sick of the MBTI content until I found your channel. Well, I'm glad that I was able to reinvigorate your interest in the topic. I'd like to think it was because I try to be as relatable as possible when giving examples of how MBTI works. So people don't have to do any guesswork about what it looks like in real life for any of the cognitive functions. But you should join my Discord if you're not already there, and then we'll have a talk if you'd like. Yeah, I can understand why most people would actually get sick of MBTI. For me, it was the same reason why I stopped reading Harry Potter books when I was young. It was, there were too many plot holes. And I started getting frustrated with how the story was progressing. And so I just stopped. There was just too many inconsistencies. Same goes with MBTI. I don't watch any other creators' stuff anymore. Because I just start complaining. I'm like, no, that's not how that function works. No, you're not an INFJ. So, yes. I'll try to rescue whoever wants to be knowledgeable about MBTI and how it functions in real life. Hmm. All right, well. Well. I mean, the normal thing about being an ENTP is that you come to understand that, well, no one can really see your point of view on things. Just the same as it's more difficult for us to see the point of view from other people. Now, of course, we are more interested in it. We can think about it, maybe even make accurate predictions. But understanding that, yes, people are going to have a more difficult time with your point of view, that should be a normal thing. I'm not sure why it's bugging you so much. What's wrong with my facial expressions? I'm eating. Chicken sandwich, by the way. Nom nom. And then someone brought mini corn dogs in here. A great way to lose weight. French fries and corn dogs. Hmm. But yeah, if you need to blow off some steam, join the Discord. You can talk to people about whatever. Well, you seem very concerned about certain things. Now, I would say Melissa talks. She is very expressive about her feelings on video. MBTI and twins? What kind of twins? What twins are we talking about? I like twins. What are you eating? Bakugan 5DS 1. I am eating, I guess it would be something like a chicken burger with French fries and mini corn dogs that someone brought to me because someone else didn't want them. Well, I guess I'm the garbage disposal, which is what I used to call my brother. Oh. Any theories when it comes to identical twins and MBTI? Yeah, I would say that they're probably going to be the same personality type. Hmm. What are those two, the famous twins, Mary Kate and Ashley? I would have to do more research on them. But I know that one of them looks a lot rougher than the other, which would lead me to believe that they've made some serious, like, there were some different life choices made there. But I haven't met that many twins. So. But I would assume that many of them would have virtually the same personality type. But that would be interesting to see. Twins with completely different personalities. Or, well, completely different preferences for cognitive functions. That would be something. You think they get jealous of each other? What if one wants to have sex and the other one doesn't? That's a very complicated. That would be a very complicated situation, for sure. Good for them, though. I figured that their only path for a successful life would have been in, freak show porn, but if they're making it work without it, then great. Well, yeah, Mary Kate and Ashley look a lot alike, but are fraternal twins. So they're twins, right? But it was very clear that one of them made different decisions than the other. And so I would wonder if that was life circumstance or a complete, like a difference in personality or cognitive functions. I would like to know. Hmm. As for whether or not they get jealous of each other, I doubt it. You specifically said you were going to keep it PG, and you lied. Hmm. Why did you stop uploading short videos? Hmm. I've been there's been some stuff going on this past month. I've been correcting it. But should be uploading again soon. A lot of things, not just live streams. Although live streams have been great lately. I live a complicated life. Get some water. Be right back. Yes. When performing a service, does one take care of one part and does the other take care of another part? Maybe? We could go ask them. Go ask and find out. But they're married now, so it might be inappropriate. Alright, time to go back to shooting monsters. You gotta leave those kinds of questions for Discord. We can talk about whatever on the Discord in the 18 plus section. Also, Bob, if you have a boyfriend, you can just get money from him to buy yourself a computer. Let's see.
Good.
We're getting close to the winter months as well. I don't do too well in the heat. Oh no, I forgot to buy ammunition for my weapon, or restock on it anyway. Or, well, then you can get onto OnlyFans, put your feet on there, and make a quick $3,000 or something. Boom, new computer.
Thanks, buddy.
Easy peasy. Well, clearly he's not the one for you if he won't let you pursue your dreams. Did you watch the One Piece live action? I never even watched the One Piece cartoon, let alone the live action, so I'm afraid not.
Excuse me?
Worried someone will recognize you? Well, yeah, someone's gonna recognize you eventually.
Mine.
But think of the money. And it's feet pics, just feet. I never liked, I didn't like the animation style of One Piece, and I wasn't really interested in it. But when I finally thought about watching it, I found out how many episodes there were, and I was like, nah. Someone's gonna have to recap that for me. I'm not gonna sit through all that. I'm not really that interested in that. And when it comes to anime these days, I just typically watch harem animes. So. My goodness. Take that, monster.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Very
I
kind.
won't forget this.
Thanks.
I'm not doing maximum damage here. Next MBTI question. How long is this stream gonna last, I wonder? Could be all day.
target!
Coming for you! Here comes the pain!
He's also not technically my boyfriend. I think he thinks we are boyfriend and girlfriend. I just haven't said otherwise, or else I can't play Space Engine or have free food anymore. That is a pickle, for sure.
Awesome!
Let's see.
Nothing personal,
take
but I'll
this.
be taking
Thank you.
this.
Hmm. Well,
Gotcha.
thanks for showing up, Feisty Pancakes. It's nice having you here. Describe your daily routine. I don't have a daily routine, although, generally speaking, it does involve me sitting at my desk at some point. But most of my days are different. So, definitely don't have a routine. But, yes. Get on the machine, do some things on the machine, research some things. Shoot some monsters. Which type are you interested in studying more? I don't think I'm really interested in studying a specific personality type, but I would say to help further complete my understanding of MBTI, there's a lot of personalities that are typically either male or female that I'd like to see the reverse of more often. I don't know what type Elon Musk is. I've heard some things, though. I've heard some people say he was an ENTP. I've heard some people say he was an INTJ. I don't know. I think that he's seemingly really good at taking ideas from, or, getting other people to work on his ideas. As for what types I'd be more interested in studying, I would like to see more ISFJ and ESFJ males. I'd like to see more of them. Study them a little bit more. Same with, male INFJs or female ENTPs. More of those. So there's some types that are usually only seen as one particular gender, but I'd like to see the reverse of that. Like, I'd want to know what it was. I thought at one point I did know. I think I was working with an ISFJ male at one point, but I didn't get to know them very well, so. But yeah. So more ENTP females, that's always, we're not always, overfilled with ENTP females, and so would like to see more of that. But as I said, I've looked for them for over the course of 10 years, and I've met a lot of women that believed they were ENTP, but they weren't. So it's been a struggle. Because I figured that I would get along pretty well with an ENTP female. I just assumed that I would. But, without any, live samples, kind of difficult to figure out. But yeah, the idea of, because someone asked me before, what do you think? Do you think you would get along with an ENTP female in a relationship? And I was like, oh, absolutely, we'd get along. It's just whether or not either of you are going to survive by until the end of the week. I made the joke that, yeah, I assume that with an ENTP female, we'd both have to, like, rock, paper, scissors to see who would pretend to be an adult that particular day. It's like, well, So yeah, I assume that I would get along with them very well. It's just, you know, whether or not we could functionally make that relationship work on a more practical level, you know, making sure that bills got paid, dishes got done, trash gets taken out. That's where you would, you know, wonder whether or not that was going to work. So, what is the controversial thought that you think people would judge you on? No, there's quite a few, and that's why I don't talk about them on stream. I'll talk about them in private, but so I can't say them on stream. I of course have controversial thoughts. I just if I wasn't trying to make a YouTube channel work and make us a community work, then I would be more open about it. But since that I am,
It's targeting you!
got to be a little more selective about the things that I say, or try to. But it, I made a joke, or well, I made a comment earlier about how, although, bombing Japan was a bad thing, we got anime out of it, so, might have been a fair trade. That sort of thing. But yes, if you want to talk about more controversial things, that is, of course, something that we talk about on the YouTube, or not YouTube, Discord. The YouTube Discord. That's what I call it. If you're interested in those things. Take that, Seragios.
I'm bringing the pain.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Take this.
Every time.
Impressive.
Tube cord. Yeah, tube cord. That's what we'll call it.
Are you ready?
I also thought about playing Vampire the Masquerade on stream, but that's a much more adult game. Can't really show too much of that. At least not with the decisions I make in the game. Seems that the stream has been going for 3 hours and 45 minutes. Let's take a look at 3 hours, 44 minutes, and 17 seconds, to be exact, according to my OBS here. Not too bad. And I could keep going. Good thing Ben's not here. She would have been complaining already. Let's see. Hopefully, maybe somewhat in the near future, I can have a sit down with some of the other content creators and I can figure out their personality types in candid conversation. Although I don't think Melissa Talks would want to have a conversation with me. We're going to disagree on some stuff, and she may not be into that. Oh, Ben? Yeah, she might be asleep.
Nice riding.
How to deal with an estate father and a... what's an estate father? And an ENFP mother? Well, you shouldn't be having any issues with an ENFP mother. An ESTJ father? Oh, well, that's where you're going to have problems. For sure. How to deal with them? Trick them into giving you a whole bunch of money so that you can move away. You could try that.
I'll put this to good use.
It's going to turn into a Hokage MBTI battle. I would hope not.
perks of the
I think a
job.
lot of disagreements that I might have with other content creators is that they have a different understanding of the cognitive function definitions, and so understandably that's where the disconnect's going to be. That's a neat, 2-page long definition about introverted intuition. What do you think of this? The whole like 2-sentence long definition from the actual website. Like, oh, a lot of people I've talked to about MBTI didn't know that that they had an actual website for the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator. They had never seen those definitions. Like all of their information is immediately like second, third hand information from someone else, from some other source. And so they've learned MBTI based on these faulty definitions. But I would like to think that many of the creators would simply want to collaborate and learn about MBTI and how to use it in your everyday life. Although I think many of them just enjoy the theory behind it. They don't necessarily want their information to make any sense to anybody. They just like to discuss the theory. But if you are an ENTP female and your parents are an ESTJ father and an ENFP mother, you shouldn't really have too many issues. Now, granted, you're 26. Do you live with them? Like, is that the issue? Is that you still live with them and need to figure out how to deal with them? Because the ESTJ is going to want to talk about their stories pretty regularly, so that can, get you pretty buddy-buddy with them. Get on their good side. Just let them talk your ear off about their silly stories. Let's see. Why do you think men are typically certain types and women are typically certain types? Just the way male and female brains are wired, or a bit of a social expectation? No, I think it's through general wiring. On average, now this is 100% on average. I'm not saying this is everybody at all, but yes, women are typically more interested in emotions, feelings. Men are typically not. They're more interested in logical deductions and efficiency. So when you have a strong preference for personal feelings, well, that means you're an introverted feeler. If you have a personal preference for simply maintaining a social atmosphere and being involved with other people, being in their lives and getting to know what's going on with them, and you make it a habit, and it's a part of who you are, well, that's extroverted feeling. And then introverted thinking, extroverted thinking. If you prefer quick answers and efficiency, well, that's extroverted thinking. That's where your preference is at. If you prefer a personal understanding of things, then you are more preferenced introverted thinker. And that, of course, can be for men or women, but stereotypically, women prefer the feels and men prefer the think, typically. And that's been my experience over the past 10 years in MBTI. It doesn't mean that they can't do one or the other, it just simply means they have a stronger preference for one or the other. And I have met a fair number of men that had a more of a preference for whether extroverted or introverted feeling, and then I've known some women that had a stronger preference for introverted or extroverted thinking. And all the stubbornness that comes with that. Let's see. And as for if you're living at home with these people, then my suggestion would be to get away from those people. I don't know how things are for you in the Middle East, though. I know that, or what I've heard for the past 2 decades, is that women don't have the same level of rights as the men do there. So as far as I know, you're pretty much stuck in that house and you're not allowed to leave. Legally, you're not allowed to leave the house. So, if that's the case, not a whole lot I can help with there. I can just hope that you find a way to have the money so that you can leave, if that is the case. I liked this before birth. You play a game of chess. Your strategy and strategy determines your type. Oh. I wonder if there is any correlation between personality types and the way they choose to play a game of chess. I know that certain types prefer certain types of games, though. For sure. Extroverted sensors typically prefer first-person shooters. They prefer those kinds of games, as an example. But, yeah. Why not? The idea of you playing a game of chess to determine your personality type. Oh, it's the tail that's weak to piercing damage. Oh, look, I'm playing with a person named Belle Delphine. Have you met an extroverted sensor that doesn't enjoy first-person shooting games? Not yet. Not yet. In 10 years, not yet. Well, it fits their preference for the function. It's action, in your face, constant. It relies on reflexes, reacting to external stimuli. It fits their personality to enjoy those things because they would be they're more practiced at that than anything else. So it just works. That being said, I've also known, like, ISFPs, like I said earlier, enjoy playing MMOs. Now, granted, they also have played and enjoy playing first-person shooters, but they also enjoy the collecting aspect and progression of MMOs. So I'm not much of a collector myself, but I understand the appeal of building something, having something that you've invested time into.
Mr. Monster! Be careful! It's angry!
Whoa. Do you think Melissa Talks is afraid to talk to you because you might be right about her type? No, I don't think she knows I exist. So, in that regard, at least I'm safe. She doesn't know I exist. So... No, she absolutely cares. I mean, she'll tell people that she doesn't care, but it's very apparent that she cares about what other people think. But she would prefer people to, of course, just believe her when she talks about MBTI. Which is fine. I can understand wanting that or having a desire for it. But she's not going to publicly reveal that she's trying to impress anyone or trying to make a good impression on the community at large. Every stream I get to bring up Melissa, though. But yeah, I don't think she knows I exist. So. Another successful hunt where I held down the left click and won the game. Come on, Bob. I expected more questions out of you. Melissa just has her own personal understanding of MBTI. And I would like to, I would, free of charge, of course, I would absolutely teach her about MBTI and not whatever the internet has made of MBTI. What's for dessert? Nighttime cold and flu.
I have awakened.
Tasty. No dragon resistance there. All right, Bob, where's your questions? Come on.
Nice one. Incoming!
Why do you think Melissa thinks she's an ENTP? Because a lot of people would like to be an ENTP, I suppose. Not understanding what actually is involved with being an ENTP, they just want the title because other people might think it was neat. Or there were some famous characters that she enjoyed that were also ENTP, and she thought, oh, I'm totally like them. It could be anything like that. But my assumption is that she has the same understanding of MBTI as 90% of the community.
No.
And that is, if you if you ponder the abstract, you know, for 10% of your day, that must mean that you have a strong preference for it. So, as far as I know, Melissa's an ESFP. I don't know. I'd like to know, but I don't know. Okay. Make sure to hide your pets.
Are you ready?
It's targeting you.
This should fix it! Must remain sharp! Now's my chance! Watch out!
Not done with you yet.
Yikes. Telling Bob thought you would ask more questions. It's like a sparring partner telling the other partner thought you would put up a better fight. No. She just likes to ask questions about MBTI. More questions than most others, that's for sure. Granted, it is a Friday stream.
Incoming! Watch out! It's after you!
There may not be that many people watching the stream on a Friday. But other people can ask questions too. And Bob's busy trying not to get thrown out by the landlord. At least that's what Bob says. Could be lies though. Never underestimate an ENTP's preference to stretch the truth a little bit. Mm.
You're the target!
This thing is just stupidly resistant to piercing damage. I've shot at the wings, shot at the body, the back legs, everything. It seems like its head is the only place that's even remotely weak to piercing.
Victory!
It's over!
It's over!
Sorry, but
Here
duty
we
calls.
Sorry, pal.
Good job, buddy.
Landlord isn't threatening to kick me out. My apartment is flooding and he's over to investigate why. He doesn't know I have a pet though and I don't want him to start paying more. Oh. And PenCap ran out of questions, so... That's okay, I've got all the time in the world. I'll just sit here and wait for questions while I shoot monsters in Monster Hunter. Oh, you know what I was working on? I was working on the insect glaive. Not sure how good that one would be.
Let's do this!
Another Shigaru Magala. My goodness, these people. I got dragon resistance that time, lucked out. What types like making small talk the most? ESFJs. They're all about the small talk. I was mostly just wanting to answer more questions so we could keep the stream going. That's all.
Need a hand?
But if no one has anything to say, I will just sit here and stream Monster Hunter. Or maybe some other game. I don't know. But yes, ESFJs are great for small talk.
Found it.
ESFPs like to talk. May not necessarily be small talk, but they will talk. Take your time, I'm hourly. Oh no.
Face my fury!
Feel better now?
Very kind. I mean your death.
Just gotta keep asking me a million questions and then I'll eventually explode. Or something. However boss fights typically end.
Excellent opportunity.
Whetstone time.
Watch
Uh-oh. He
out!
caught me. Well, better me than my team. They're more likely to get knocked out in that scenario. I didn't even get hit by anything. That's weird. Street puppy. Yeah, that wasn't supposed to catch on. It was something that Ven called me once, and then Moonglobes started calling me that, and then they convinced Bob to say that, and now it's starting to catch.
You're the target! It's time
What are your experiences with male ISFPs? They're just oftentimes very timid in conversation. They like to say, I don't know a lot. Typically. Some of them I have heard from others' stories that sometimes they get a little bit emotionally disturbed, a little bit on the crazy side, but it's like, that's people. But I've never had a negative experience with an ISFP male. Not that I can remember anyway.
Now I'm getting angry!
Whoa.
for you!
Let's see. What about your experiences with ESTP females? I met one, I believe, and it was refreshing because she was just wildly practical about controversial topics, which I enjoyed. The thing about... So it would be similar to having a conversation with a ENTP female, except that the ESTP typically goes out of their way to look good, like for most people, looking good. So there's a lot more preference to their physical appearance, and it shows. But I don't recall. I don't have bad experiences with ESTPs in general. I can't think of a time in which I had a bad experience. They charm people near, about the same as ENTPs do. They just care more about the practical, which usually serves them a lot better than extroverted intuition.
Careful! Stay on your toes!
No more holding back!
Got him.
Piece of cake!
Let's see, what do we got here?
You won't be needing this.
Would you rather watch a introverted thinking protagonist or an introverted feeling protagonist? Depends on the show. So, like, if I'm watching High School DxD, let's say, well, the main character, Issei, he's like an ESFP, and I'm not really bothered by that at all. So that's perfectly fine. Then there's other shows. Like I enjoy, let's say, Sherlock Holmes with Robert Downey Jr. That's Sherlock Holmes being a INTP, so really enjoy that too. It just depends on the context of the show. What it is I would rather watch. I'd probably rather watch Introverted Thinking over Introverted Feeling, but yeah, it depends on what I'm watching. How did you do in school, Street Daddy? Not well. I grew up in Central California, and so in Central California, the homework was far more important than the tests. You could bomb virtually every test, but if you did all the homework, they'd pass you. And that's just how it was in the schools that I went to. The obedience was more important than what you actually learned. So, as one can imagine, I wasn't the most obedient child, so didn't go well. Passed all the tests though. I would regularly get called in to a teacher's office, and they would tell me, they would say, "Street Urchin, you don't do any of the homework whatsoever, and yet on all of these tests you're scoring in the 90% or higher, in some cases acing these tests. What can we do to make this more interesting so that you do the homework?" And then I'd tell them, well, there's really nothing that you can do. I don't want to spend my time doing homework. I won't. I refuse. And so some of them would like pass me with a D. In one case, one of the teachers told me that he would give me a gentleman's F, which was a D, which at the time that was a passing grade. I assume it still is in most places. But yeah. You would have done my homework? Well, that's fantastic news, because that would have helped me out a lot, because every day that I had terrible grades, I would get smacked around at home. So every day I had terrible grades. So I'd come home and get smacked around. And that's probably the nicest way I can put it. It's getting smacked around. You would think they would have gotten bored of doing it, but no. So yeah, that would have helped me out tremendously, to have someone do the homework for me. So I appreciate the thought, PenCap.
Join it in. Blasted, what after it?
Craft something good.
Let's see. Oh, it's all the way over there. What's some of the craziest things you've done in your life, or what kind of trouble have you gotten into? Craziest things? Certainly I do. I mean, what most people would consider to be a really crazy thing to do, I was like, it's just kind of like normal everyday life. But I have very little issue just packing up my stuff and then going somewhere else with little to no information. I just pack up my stuff and go. I do that. I've done that way too many times in my life. Especially with some of the crazy folk that I end up usually getting into relationships with. You would think that I would have been a little better about that, but no, not really. So, I pack up my stuff and then travel 7 hours north. Then go spend the next, year in Canyonville, Oregon. Just because. Drop literally everything and then just drive. That's the kind of crazy stuff that I do. Driving drunk, that's obviously crazy, and it's certainly not something I would recommend that anyone do, 100%. But, when life is just a game, sometimes you end up treating it like one. I punched a police shield and broke my hand. That's cool. keep forgetting to aim at the wings. Let's see. I got hooked on lorazepam for about 3 years. I wouldn't recommend that either. When I was in high school, I wrecked and totaled my car a month after I got my license and got charged with trying to make a bomb. That's... well... that's not good, is it? I stopped going to school around 15, roughly. So what was happening was I was about... shortly after I had turned 15, I just stopped going to school. I usually had somebody... like phone in that they were like a grandparent or an aunt or something and say that no, I'm not going to be in school that day. Had a lot of that. I was not allowed to have a driver's license at all. Klonopin, yeah. So it's my crazy stuff. It's more just hyper-destructive of my own life kind of things. Wouldn't recommend. Got my ear pierced at 16. On a whim. Don't do Klonopin. Yeah, so... I was a big fan of anti-anxiety medication. Wouldn't recommend that either. There shouldn't be any kids watching this stream anyway. Shouldn't be. But, yeah, my earlier years was, you know, you run away from home for a little while, which wasn't really much of a home. And then get kicked out, and then got to go live with my father for, you know, 3 years or so, and then live a relatively nomadic lifestyle after that. Couch to couch, you know, woman to woman kind of thing. I pick up freelance work doing computer repair. I am a supreme gentleman, that's true. 100%. Now, I got my GED at 16. I had, after I turned 15, I more or less stopped going to school. So my mother didn't want me to live there anymore. So I went to go live with my father, and we had moved to Nevada shortly after that, and I just didn't get enrolled in school. And then when they started sending letters wondering about what school I was going to be at or which one I was supposed to be joining, we had just come to the conclusion that I could probably just get my GED and then be done with it. So that's what I did. I studied for 30 minutes and then I took the GED. And I scored in the 93rd percentile of the country at the time. This would have been about 20 years ago. I scored in the 92nd, 93rd percentile. And I had gotten a GED, and that was it. I think she was worried that I might start biting back. And so she just didn't want me there anymore. Maybe after so many years of just the physical violence, she was just maybe she had grown sympathetic
But I need this. Wonder what I can make with this.
and decided that she didn't want to cause me harm anymore.
Personal.
Maybe she's just getting old and lazy. I don't know.
Let's see.
Stupid coworkers and managers didn't offer a piece of cake to their favorite ESFP. Well, people can be selfish like that.
Yes.
Let's see here. More shooty shoot.
Here we go. I have a
What happened to all the other people that were in the stream? I guess they're gone. Understandably. This was a long old stream. And we're going to be doing another stream tomorrow anyway. So, around the same time, I imagine. And Bob's dead. So we ran out of questions in the question machine. Which, by the way, I invited Bob to be on stream today. Refused. Can you imagine that? And Van, I have no idea where she is. Thank you, PenCap. Since Ven's not here, don't forget to subscribe and hit the like button, everyone. Yes, don't forget. Gotta hit that like button. Supposedly it helps with the algorithm or something, maybe? I have no idea. I'm not sure how any of that works. Oof. Hyper-destructive. Yeah, I don't make the best decisions all the time. I'm more interested in the impractical, I suppose. I shoot the wings, and the wings take more damage? Yeah, kind of. Take a lot more damage, actually.
It's over for you. Take this.
Bang, bang, bang.
Maintain my edge. It's after you. Be careful.
Anjaneth's just a big old damage pinata from the looks of it.
May the heavens have mercy on you.
We could just shoot the legs for now. guess. Oh. Have you seen TV show House? If so, what do you think of the characters? House is one of my favorite television shows ever. This House. I've been... Ven gave me access to one of her accounts. I can't remember which one, but I can now just watch House whenever I want. So, and that's nearly every day. I watch a little bit of House. 8 seasons of comedy gold. House is the ENTP character that I mostly identify with. And so I like it a lot. Would some people say that practical is an SE thing? It is, though I've never been able to test or see that in real life. Yeah, so when you're focusing on like the here and now and what's going on, you tend to have a preference for getting objectively, good results. That's what you're kind of more focused on. The shortest distance between, point A and point B is a straight line kind of thing.
This just won't do.
But yes, being practical, that is, it's a very preferenced life philosophy of extroverted sensors. Be practical. Is this going to get you what you need? No? Okay, move on. Doesn't mean that other types can't be practical. Most people attempt to be practical in life to some degree, just not to the same level as a preferenced extroverted sensor. They do it far more often.
Waiting for you.
Resisting the urge to smash my landlord. He's fine as hell. Well, he might. Yeah, I don't listen to ENTP excuses because they're usually too good at it.
Don't take this personal. Let's see how you handle this. Here comes the pain.
And as for smashing your landlord, if it works, it works.
I'll show you no mercy.
Here comes the pain.
What's your game of the year this year?
Take me off now.
I will say that Baldur's Gate 3 was way better than Diablo 4 by a lot. So, I uninstalled Diablo 4, I think it was a couple weeks back.
Maintain my edge.
And I wasn't really playing it either. I was just like, you know what, I don't play it nearly enough to justify the space. So, I'm just going to get rid of it.
Done.
Skilled rider you are. Nothing personal.
I was playing Diablo 3 though. Just gotten up to Torment 16 on a paladin, which I thought was going to be a lot more fun, and it wasn't.
You take me off now.
Which type comes up with the worst excuses then? Which type comes up with the worst excuses? I've heard bad excuses from a lot.
Piece of cake.
I would say that ESFPs are pretty good about coming up with excuses that no one believes. but Baldur's Gate 3 was more or less enjoyable. Like from this RP aspect, you really got the options to, not necessarily play the game how you want, but it gave you options in how you could tackle a lot of situations. You could use to, you could talk your way through a lot of situations. Maybe, you know, read through some information to figure out a puzzle, or pick the lock to just get through it, or discover things. There was just so many options to get through the game in Baldur's Gate 3. That's the kind of stuff that you want to see, especially in a AAA title. The option to do whatever you want, more or less, like as much as whatever you want as possible. So that made it super fun. My first playthrough was a solo arcane trickster detective, so that was tough. As one would imagine, an arcane trickster is essentially like a rogue with some wizard powers. So trying to solo the game, meaning that I had no companions helping me out in combat or in any of the other extra stuff, that was rough. There was this kind of an exploit in the AI for combat situations. There was a great number of situations where I couldn't just find a place to hide, but what I had found was if you use the hide, you try to sneak or whatever in mid combat, and the enemies can't see you immediately, like they'd have to turn to find you, but if they had to like jump to get to you somehow, as long as they couldn't see you, like while you're sneaking, they wouldn't even make the attempt to come and find you if they had to jump to get to you. It didn't even have to be very far either. It could have just been like a super short jump that they'd have no problem making if they could see you. But if you were sneaking, then they wouldn't bother trying to come find you if it required them to do too much work to get to you. So I could get a crossbow, start my round of combat from sneak. I would shoot them for a sneak attack, then immediately go back into sneak with the bonus action, so that essentially as a solo rogue I could just shoot and kill all of my enemies and they wouldn't even try to come find me in the situation. However, there were some situations where I couldn't do that, but what I could do was carry 4 crates on me, and then when I needed to, I would stack them on top of each other, and if I was up high enough, I would jump up to the top of the 4 crates, and they wouldn't come find me either. So I would literally be like maybe 15 feet away from the nearest enemy and just shooting them with a crossbow, and they wouldn't come find me. So that's how I got through a lot of Baldur's Gate 3, except for the final boss, where I didn't do enough damage to defeat the boss. It was more or less a DPS check. You had to clear 300 damage in 5 turns, essentially. And if you couldn't do that, you automatically lost for the last boss. And the only help that I had was the Renegade Illithid, but because that was part of the story. And so I couldn't keep up in damage. So I ended up having to I reloaded the game, and I leveled my character to 12, because I hadn't leveled him up. I hadn't clicked the button, and I was always in combat, so I never got the chance. But I went back and got it leveled up to 12, and I picked up a spell called Cloud of Steel or something, and it turns out that I was just going to use it to do that extra bit of damage that I might have needed to defeat the boss fight, but instead what happened was that the Cloud of Steel is glitched. It might have been for that fight, or possibly any fight, I'm not sure, because I'd never used it up until that point. But when I casted the spell on top of the last boss, it would keep dealing damage to the boss without me even needing to end my turn. So I casted the spell once on my turn, and about 3 minutes later, the spell ended up killing the boss without me having to end my turn. And so that's how I solo rogued the game. It was very silly. No one ever asks me about that, so that's why. Sorry for going on so long about that. All right, let's see what let's see. I thought you and Van said you didn't think it was a good idea for me to be on stream. I didn't think it would be a bad idea for you to be on stream. I just had to make sure that you kept it PG. That's the only thing I'd be concerned with. I too am interested in the ENTP aka Great White Buffalo Journey Through Life. Yeah, you'll have to ask an ENTP female about that. Earlier, you said that an INFJ male would suit an ENTP female on the long run. Could you elaborate why using their cognitive functions? I most certainly can elaborate. So, although we have personality types, we are still differentiated by the gender. So, male, female. Okay. So this means that even if you're the same personality type, you're going to have certain interests in certain things that would differ from that of your counterpart. So if you take a ENTP female but an INFJ male, what happens is that you have your stereotypical male. So the INFJ will want to go out there. He'll want to have a career and make as much money as possible, handle a lot of the things, those horrid, awful, tedious things like making sure the bills get paid and making sure that everything's, schedules are being done, so on and so forth. And then you have the ENTP female who mostly just wants to, abstract and learn about new things, maybe bring new things to that INFJ male. So everything's cool. In that regard, you have more or less a stereotypical, a traditional relationship in which you've got the career-minded man, and then, well, ENTP female is not exactly a homemaker by any means, but they're not as concerned about needing to go out there and having a fancy career and putting in all the work and effort into having that. So it can actually work out so long as they're able to still connect, on a regular basis to maintain the relationship. Then it's totally fine. Like, it makes sense. The INFJ will be interested in what the ENTP has to say, and the ENTP gets to spend a large chunk of their time just doing whatever it is that they want to do, while the INFJ is doing what they want to do, which is going out and making a lot of money and having a wonderful career. So it can work. So long as, and if you want to have children, just make sure that there's a nanny involved, because the ENTP is not going to want to be taking care of rugrats all day. They're not going to. It's going to drive them nuts to do so. And so that can totally work. And then, of course, that shared preference for introverted thinking means that you can oftentimes be on the same page about logical decisions. So I think that could totally work. Yeah, the opposite, that's definitely not going to be great. So you've got an INFJ female that wants to go out and have the career and do all those things. Well, that's what the ENTP male would rather be doing than staying home and taking care of things. And so you've got two people that do not want to be home taking care of the everyday things. And so it's just tough. I mean, relationships in general are tough. But whether or not the ENTP female is going to be super attracted to the INFJ male, that's a whole nother issue. INFJs in general are far less confrontational about things, not necessarily less assertive, but when there's a conflict, they would rather, everyone be okay and calm if possible. So that can require placating people from time to time. Let's see. Is there any difference in that regard between the INTJ and ISFJ? In what regard to that's stupid hard. I wish I could get rid of this thing. Let's see what we got here. Is there any difference in that regard between the INTJ and ISFJ then? In what regard? You talking about like an INTJ male and an ISFJ female? No, that theoretically could work just fine. If the ISFJ wants to stay home raise children, etc. Then that's perfect for the INTJ, because the INTJ is all about wanting to go out there, have a career, and then make money, and then make some of the more major decisions. Here's the thing about an ISFJ female, who was raised in a more traditional fashion. As long as you're going out there to make the money, and you are supporting everyone financially, for the most part, you have cleared all of her requirements for a long-lasting marriage. But yes, that can absolutely work. ISFJs have some very simple requirements for a relationship. Be loyal, faithful in the relationship, and financially support. So essentially they want the man to be a traditional man. That's what they want. That's what they're familiar with. That's what they prefer. I meant how'd they suit an ENTP female. INTJ is going to clash with the ENTP very, very regularly on matter in logic. Big clashes. You're going to have a lot of arguments with an INTJ as a partner. A great number of arguments. Big problems. As for the ISFJ, as long as the ENTP is doing what the ENTP is supposed to be doing, as per the ISFJ's understanding, then it'll work out just fine. But it's just what ENTP acts exactly the way they're supposed to be acting based on traditional society. Doesn't happen often. So, can lead to some trouble.
It's targeting you.
But as for the ESFP, or not ESFP, for the ENTP female, it can work. It could theoretically work with ISFJ. Theoretically, could work. So long as, here's the thing, is that ISFJ male is going to expect their partner to behave in a very traditional, whatever they consider to be traditional fashion. So as long as they're doing that, that's all good. But not many ISFJs are going to put up with ENTP behavior. So you might be out of luck on that one. As for the INTJs, absolutely they'll clash. Sugar daddy would be nice, but I think if someone's funding their life, they're going to try to demand and control. Well, most certainly. That's the contract. So wouldn't the INFJ view the ENTP as useless because of her lifestyle? No.
I shall put this to good use.
Sorry, you're not mad at me.
Nope. Not necessarily.
Time to get elbowed.
Here's the thing, is that an INFJ or an INTJ for that matter, they live their life with the idea that they don't need anyone. Now, an INTJ cares certainly more about practicality. So if you're going to be in their life, then you need to be serving some purpose. Now, usually for an INTJ, it's just a companion. They just want someone to be there, someone to have physical relations with, maybe someone to take care of the house while they're not there. Simple stuff. Now, is an ENTP going to be always doing those things? It's very unlikely. And of course, the ENTP will be argumentative, because the INTJ will want to skip steps on logic to get to a quick, efficient answer. The ENTP will be less likely to agree with that sort of thing. But INFJs, they enjoy the idea of having a family and community and things like that. Whether they're able to maintain it or not is something entirely. In most cases, that's a no. But they still want those things, and they're once again still just looking for a companion. Like, they don't need you to go out there and do these other things. They just want someone to listen to them and to be that, you know, companion slash indentured servant in the house, which is the same as an INTJ. So, as long as you're pulling that off. What type would be a good partner for an INFP male? Well, if you're talking about you know, finding a female to be a companion to you, it would it would help if you could find one that looked up to you and respected your decision making, most certainly. So you might find that in another INFP. You might also find that in an ISFP. But in most cases, women want a man that's more domineering than they are in most cases. Even INTJs, INTJ females still want a man, you know, like someone that is very aggressive and can take control.
Thanks, buddy.
Kind of thing. And I know that INFPs are a bit more sensitive on that topic, and so you can find a woman that is more timid, that, you know, so that you look like you're more domineering by comparison, then, you know, that might work out. But ISFPs are also big into physical appearance. That's also it is not something they are blind to. It is how someone might look and be physically attractive. And so even ISFPs, and although they're big on personal feelings and having emotional connections, they have their own ideas about what their best partner for them would be like. And so they also want the man to be physically attracted to them as well. So it's a tough one. For INFPs, my usual advice for INFP males is to find a character, pick a character that gets a lot of positive female attention, and then try to emulate that behavior. That's usually my best advice. No INFP ever takes that advice ever, but that's the advice that I give. And then maybe when you've practiced being that other person for a while, you can, you know, pick up on some tips and tricks. Things like confidence and being yourself. You know, picking up on some funny lines or quotes that you can use. Things like that. Let's see. Let's see. Wait, I was just answering about an INFP. Okay, so how to improve my life as an ENTP, how to achieve our goals. I am being inconsistent and changing plans very often. Go into entertainment. So the trick to having a happy and successful life as an ENTP, you have to do something that you're always going to be enjoying as often as humanly possible. And that's, of course, that's a little bit of an issue because ENTPs get bored of things very, very quickly. So I tell them, get into entertainment immediately. Whatever is entertaining, whatever you can talk about, get into that. Make it work for you. Get into entertainment. Whether it's, you know, writing stories or, you know, maybe learning how to make movies, or of course just getting on camera and posting some videos to YouTube. Do something like that, because that's a kind of world where you can talk about virtually anything that you want on that particular day, and then make money. So figure out how to do it and be as successful at it as you can possibly be. At least for these days, anyhow. But that's my recommendation. Get into entertainment, however possible. And of course, any job that has a high level of flexibility in terms of its schedule, that's also obviously very preferred. And let's see. I think that answers both those questions there. And yeah, you'll still be out of your mind. That's normally who you are, so. Let's see what else we got here. If you took away sensors from this Earth, how do you... the world would be? How do I think the world would be? Devastating. Did anyone ever played, like, any of the Fallout games? It'd be kind of like that. So yeah, it'd be like Fallout, but for real. Let's see, what about an INTP male and an ENTP female? That could work. As long as, you know, you are, as an INTP, you are taking care of most of the house stuff, and there's no financial difficulties, then it's like, yeah. That could work. The INTPs are, the INTP males are typically very, very, very awkward in conversation. And so although the conversations might be fine between you and her, it may get tedious and or embarrassing in public social situations. Possibly. That might be a turn-off for the ENTP female. Possibly. I don't know. But I'm just thinking of potential issues that might come up. Let's see here. Sorry. Yes, practicality.
It's fatigued. Go.
Less practicality. Well, yeah, in an INTP-ENTP relationship, there's going to be a lot less in the way of practicality. Oh, goodness me. So. Oh, somebody got knocked out again. Whee! Went the wrong way, though. Let's see. Yes, y'all should come join the Discord, most certainly. Make sure to be there. That's where you can harass me for most of the time in a day. If you've got random questions that you forgot to ask on stream, I'll be there to answer them. And I think we're going to go back to doing, you know, video party chats. Seem to be fun for a lot of people. I'm glad somebody brought it up. How does introverted thinking, extroverted intuition, problem solve in comparison to introverted thinking and extroverted sensing? Well, that one's relatively simple. For the abstract, they're going to think of a great number of crazy, weird ways in which a problem could be solved. So I'm trying to think of a really good example. I think the best example, like let's say for extroverted sensing problems, they want to solve their issues in the simplest way that it can be solved. You know, make sure to following whatever the guidelines there might be. For extroverted intuition, they would want to solve the problem, and usually they would want to come up with a more complicated solution to an issue, where a ESTP, for example, just wants the problem to be solved in a simpler way. My cousin, for example, he uses the phrase, "I'm overthinking this." Sometimes. It doesn't happen often. But he wants a very efficient answer to his issues. Let's say there's a fight in Baldur's Gate 3, because me and him, we'd finished the game. Just the two of us. And there's a boss that was particularly resistant to magic. Well, he was playing a wizard. So he was trying to look through all of his abilities and look at the character sheet of the boss to figure out, okay, well, which spell is going to be the most effective on this boss? And then he thought about it for a little bit, and he's like, well, I'm overthinking this. He goes back to camp, respects his character as a fighter, comes back, and then trashes the boss. Trying to come up with a convoluted, complicated strategy to defeating this boss did not appeal to him. He just wanted to defeat the boss. The simplest way for him to do that against a boss that was particularly resistant to all of his magic was to go back and basically turn into a different character. Come back and then win the fight. That was it. Very simple. Whereas me, I chose, now if it were me, I would have tried to come up with a very complicated scheme to defeat this boss using the character that I had made. Simple A to B answers versus complicated A to Z answers. Extroverted intuition, extroverted sensing. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. You'll find that ENTPs can be particularly stubborn on making sure that what they set out to do can overcome those issues. So, and this is something that most people would know about me. When I'm playing a game of some sort and I come across something that's particularly challenging, I want to still use my original plan, but somehow make it so that it works for the problem that I'm trying to get past. So games like a lot of Dark Souls games or Elden Ring or even the new Armored Core game, instead of going back and changing how my character was made or changing what the kinds of skills or weapons that they use, I'll instead work with what I've got and treat it like some incredibly challenging puzzle to use what I've got and make it work for the problem, which usually ends up with me spending, way too much time trying to get past whatever that issue is. But for me, it's a personal challenge. So ESTPs, on the other hand, they're not about that. Go back, refit your character however it needs to be configured, then defeat the boss way more easily. To make sure that, not convoluted. That would be the, in terms of problem solving. Convoluted versus not convoluted. That's oftentimes how problems get solved. Now, that doesn't mean that all of my problems need to be solved in that manner. But extroverted sensors are going to have a much easier time finding a more practical solution to the problem that won't take as much time to figure it out.
Let's go! Welcome!
Let's make this a quick one.
And I have picked up on some tricks here and there from extroverted sensors that I've known in my life. But I'd still prefer to do things my way, which is hyper complicated for no reason other than to say, it was my idea. Valstrax. Lovely monster, that one. And dead.
problem.
Just get up and try again.
Bring it on.
I owe you one.
Wet.
You're a lifesaver.
Which type do you think likes the most alone time? I think ISTPs enjoy alone time, but I also think that INTJs enjoy a great deal of alone time. You would think that ISTJs would be higher up on that list, but
Thank you.
they typically enjoy spending time with people so long as they're, you know, doing the same stuff. Generally speaking.
It's targeting you.
Usually ISTJs are involuntarily alone. Oftentimes I think they want to spend more time with people. They just don't always find company pleasurable, or that specific kinds of company is pleasurable. So they end up just kind of trying to deal with it.
Share some of my health with you.
You're the target.
But yeah, I would say INTJs and ISTPs probably enjoy the most alone time.
Help's here.
Or at least that's been my experience. I think that's about right. Jeez.
It's after you.
It's targeting you!
Don't worry,
Here
I'm
for ya.
here for you.
Incoming.
Well, that was a one-shot. Amazing.
Too bad.
It's time to stop playing this weapon. Do you think ESFJs and ENFJs would like the least amount of alone time then? Probably. Yeah. I hate alone time though, more often than not. I mean, yeah, there are times where I'm just like, yeah, I want to focus on whatever this thing is and I want people to leave me alone, but it doesn't happen really that often. I would rather be talking to people if possible. But yeah, I would think that ESFJs and ENFJs might have a harder time knowing what to do with themselves if they didn't have someone, you know, like their entourage rolling around with them. How about insect glaive? Try and think here. Now, granted, I haven't spent that much time around ENFJs. ESFJs are practically everywhere. Well, I found that even if someone is, you know, constricting me to some degree, limiting the things that I can do, I find that they still appreciate that I'm sticking around to hear them out or deal with whatever their nonsense is. And so they usually pay it forward, pay it back to me. So some people are extra when wanting to converse or have human interaction. But they usually appreciate it, because most people aren't willing to put up with it. Most people would, rather blow them off to go do what they want to do. But if you decide to sacrifice for them, and they realize that you're sacrificing for them, then they give something in return. You pick your battles. Yeah. So, it's give and take.
It's got eyes on you! Targeting you!
Nice one.
This is gonna hurt!
See if we can get rid of this tail. Oh, geez, it's got 11,000 HP.
Stay down! Take this! That's how you do it! I'm gonna
Showed him.
A random Chameleos has appeared.
It's over for you!
Absolutely most hated monster.
Not gonna like this one! No more Mr. Nice Guy!
But yeah, usually ESFJs are... I've never had a bad interaction
Get ready!
with an ESFJ. Personally. I've seen them have bad interactions with others. But just not me, no.
It's over for you!
Did you ever get COVID and have to quarantine? No. And if I did catch COVID, I didn't notice.
My turn now!
When that was happening, I was living in Missouri at the time, in a small town, and they weren't too keen on the whole quarantine idea for people. So it didn't really affect anyone there. There was a stint, I think, for about a week where they were trying to get people to wear masks. But like I said, it lasted for about a week, and everyone just started ignoring the laws. Would you be scared if your house was haunted? It might be concerning, I suppose, for a little while. But if the ghost wasn't particularly violent, then I don't see what the problem would be. Personally. But that's just me.
I'll just take this. Farewell! You're not gonna like this one!
All censors value money the most? No, not all censors value money the most. As a matter of fact, most of them just recognize money for what it is. It's a means to get something, and that's about it.
Nothing personal!
However, extroverted thinkers, on the other hand, that is objective success. You are a success in life if you have a lot, if you have more than the average person when it comes to money. And so they do love money. Extroverted thinking. That is, for extroverted thinkers, money is very important to them. Very, very important. Because of the need around how others would have affected that, and having to quarantine. Does it have to be in-person contact or an online contact sufficient enough for social interaction? For a lot of people, it turned out that they really needed physical interactions with others. There were some suicide cases, if I remember right, over COVID.
Go! I'm only just getting started!
Well, yeah. But no, for me, I just enjoy spending time with my family online. So for me, it didn't really bother me a whole lot that I couldn't, that I wouldn't be able to go outside all that much or whatever. Didn't bother me any. You mentioned that an ENTP female might not find the INFJ man attractive. Just for the idea that INFJs are typically less confrontational in that regard. So, but as long as they're, you know, tall and exercise, I'm sure that would probably be enough. And then of course it's a man who's, you know, really focused on his, you know, career and whatnot. So it's like, yeah, that's generally considered attractive amongst women. So the only concern that I would have is that the INFJ might be too involved with their personal plans, goals, ambitions, and may kind of let you, you know, slide through the cracks.
Might as well put this to you.
Son, you're not mad, are you?
So that's what I would be concerned with, is that you know, losing that connection, because yeah, for someone that has a strong preference for introverted intuition, their life is about them. Their life is not about you. You can be a part of their life, but that's where they cross the line. Their life is not going to be about you. It's going to be about them. And do you agree with the thought that the INFJ is the soulmate of an ENTP? No, I don't agree with that. I'm not sure if soulmates are a thing. So. Mm. Mm. Oh, gonna need to get some new vape supplies this coming up Sunday, I think. Alright, the insect glaive kind of stinks for damage. Why does it stink for damage? Might have just been that monster. Nora, did you join my Discord?
Let's go! I have awakened!
Nope, wrong one. Equipment. IG water. Make sure that's good. Okay. But yeah, make sure you join my Discord, like and subscribe, comment, and other things. Wee. Oh, longsword user, huh? That's probably not going well.
Thanks, buddy.
Any last words?
It's targeting you!
I need a remedy.
Well, I can't type for free anymore. I was told not to, so. No more freebies. But yep, I usually enjoy typing people, so could be fun. You may enjoy yourself.
Be careful!
For some people, it was my typing sessions felt therapeutic. and they enjoyed the session itself. Some people wanted to pay for another session just so that they could talk some more. No! Damage. Oh, jeez, wrong button. Yeah, I don't know what time it is out there in the Middle East, but I'm sure there's some overlap somewhere. Find a time that we're both conscious.
It's over! I'll show you no mercy! Help's here!
Welcome to use a hand.
Goodbye! You're mine!
This is the end.
You're
Kill
dead
the
for you!
target.
This is the end!
This is the end. It's over for you.
Face my fury!
Yes, I could do that too. Lure them in, and then
Get ready.
get the money. Try to. How did Arajan get here? Oh, it's part of the quest. That makes sense. What function or type is more prone to make assumptions about people after a few conversations? I found that there is a great number of... Jeez, that did not go as I had planned. Anyways, introverted sensors typically make assumptions about people very often. They go off of their memory, so if you behave in a certain manner, they oftentimes just put you in that category.
You're in danger! Targeting you!
Get ready.
You're mine!
Nothing personal.
Get ready!
Yikes. Let's see. Yeah, so introverted sensors, so that's 4 different personalities. ISFJ, ESFJ, ISTJ, ESTJ. They typically do that.
Farewell.
And turns out they're not always correct, but that is what they go with.
Goodbye!
I'll show you no mercy.
Get ready!
But that's how they keep
No mercy!
that's how they keep civilization running. They trust the familiar
Don't give
Get
up.
in there.
Hurry back
and
here
have
quickly.
disdain towards the unfamiliar, the different, the wild and crazy. This is actually pretty amazing. I have a super high attack boost using a elemental weapon
May the heavens have mercy on you.
that the monster is weak to, and the damage seems so pitiful. Guess Insect Glaive does suck.
No more holding back! This is gonna hurt!
It's targeting you.
It's over for
Your
you.
days are
Time
numbered.
to join the Discord, then you can talk about MBTI related things and ask questions all you want. Is it that time?
See you in hell.
I think she's just trying to get me off of the stream
Farewell.
for some reason.
Goodbye.
Am I cramping your style, Bob?
May the heavens have mercy on you.
Your days are numbered.
It's got its eyes on you.
Your days are numbered.
Oh,
Wait.
I misread. It's free to join the Discord, is what you meant. I thought you'd said it's time to join the Discord.
I'll show you no
I never
mercy.
did see.
But yeah, that's what I tell people. Is you know, you just join my Discord. If you have questions, all you have to do is at me, and I'll get around to it. You know, to answering it. Usually, I'm pretty quick about it. Usually.
This is the end.
I'll show you no mercy.
No more holding back.
Watch
They're
out!
coming. It's over.
It's over for you.
It's all over for you.
This is the end.
Would an INFJ or INTJ care about MBTI? I would imagine that there's some INFJs that care about MBTI. The one that I had met some years back, she was interested in MBTI. INTJs, they may have some incredibly slight interest, but they're certainly not going to take a significant portion of their day to learn about it. They don't. They're definitely not going to be that interested in it.
Goodbye.
Targeting you.
And that is just not something they care that much about. They don't need a system to tell them who they are, you see.
You're done for. Victory. It's
Where
over.
would we be without
Alright, the
these
insect glaive kind of
You
sucks.
put this to good use.
ISFJs are not going to care about MBTI. They're more likely to be the ones to tell you that it's a ridiculous system and a waste of time.
What you got for me?
Which is really too bad, because I think there's a lot of introverted sensors that could benefit from learning about MBTI, but just not into it. Supposedly someone had got me some Arizona green tea, but I didn't see it. Let me go check.
Looks useful.
Well, I didn't see any Arizona green tea, but there was a whole giant Costco-sized case of Dr. Pepper. All right, let's see what we got here. Yep, ISFJs, don't, most introverted sensors do not care about MBTI. They think it's at best a silly game for people to get involved with. Sugar. Alright, so insect glaive damage kind of sucks, which is impressive given the skill loadout that I've got for this. You would think that damage would be a little bit on the higher end, but especially with Blood Awakening, but nope. Not so much. That's very strange. Well, switch axe we already know is too strong. Yeah, let's play it anyway. Street Daddy, are you ever gonna do a get-together with the Discord people? Everybody meet at a local Chuck E. Cheese or Chili's? Yeah, once I'm, famous enough and have lots of money, and we're gonna go ahead and do that for sure. We'll all meet up in Vegas. That's about 7 hours from here. So.
Here we go. I have awakened.
Mage Magic has fainted. I don't even remember what we're killing. A Tetranodon? Or one of those. Was it Thunder? Maybe. Well, you ain't gotta pay. Everybody pays their own.
Thanks for coming.
Well, that sounds like I'm gonna be paying for mine. What's up with that? Yeah, I'll do the get-together so long as someone covers me. Or I have an obscene amount of money. Ah.
Prepare for a world apart!
Face my fury.
This is for my fellow hunters!
Okay, great. Magic Mike show and then a real strip club. Can do all kinds of things for sure. Could be fun.
You're really good.
Shoot him.
Take this! Now's our chance!
Take this.
Hope you've got insurance!
Here he comes.
Prepare for a world apart! Hold still! Hope you've got insurance!
I'll show you no mercy.
Get ready!
This is
You're
the
done
end.
for!
Bam. The male ISFP and force him to pay. What's he gonna do? I would probably just tell you he doesn't have the money to be paying everybody. Would be my guess.
I'll
Nothing
be
personal.
taking this.
Let's see. Pardon my insolence. I'll help myself, thank you.
What's this?
Hmm.
Tomorrow whetstones are the best!
Hmm. How long has the stream been going on? This stream has been going on for 5 hours and 31 minutes.
What's this? Mine now.
Good. Yes.
You could try to brainwash him. It's Moon Globes. How's it going, girlfriend? Anomaly investigation, Baroth.
Let's do this.
It's weak to fire and water, apparently, and I don't buy that at all. It's not weak to water at all. That's a glitch, I guess. So, fire. I'm playing Monster Hunter Rise for the PC. And it's a game that I, for some reason, can't get other people to play with me. For some reason. Bird. Ride, doggo. I need to get rid of all this hair on my head.
Need a hand?
We were waiting for you. Oh. It's ready to blow. Good night, monster.
Tried playing Genshin Impact. I've heard of Genshin Impact. I'm not sure I'm into it. But I bet I think I tried to install it once from someplace and it kept asking for a bunch of information. I was like, okay, I'm done here. I'm not sure what it's about. However, I have seen some Genshin Impact related videos on websites that you can't mention here on YouTube. So, I've definitely seen that. Something tells me that I'm not supposed to be attacking the monster's face. It's a gacha game. It's basically gambling. Okay, well, although gambling can be an enjoyable experience, I
Time to retreat.
don't like it as much as some others. Did you know that back in 2007, some scientists thought he could make a gay bomb, or a chemical weapon that would make enemy soldiers sexually irresistible to each other? Although, wouldn't that be quite the weapon, if such a thing could work? Highly effective. Either that, or it just means that the soldiers will fight harder to protect the men next to them, I suppose. What do we think would happen?
It's getting weaker.
It's getting weaker.
Go. Let us move.
Getting out of here.
Out of here.
My assumption is that the weapon didn't work, by the way.
Yoink. Needs fixing.
Looks useful.
It's targeting you. Thanks, buddy. See you later.
It's over!
Don't mind if I do.
I think they thought it would make them lay down their weapons and start to... Yeah. Well, that's not how real life works, though, is it?
Here we go.
I'll help myself, thank you. Great.
I love your Reddit videos. The ones where I'm pointing at the silliness on Reddit. Yeah, those are fun. Excuse me. Goodness. Better drink some more Dr. Pepper. 40 grams of carbs in a single can, 39 grams of sugar. Yikes. Yeah, need to go back to making fun of people videos right after I, do that ENTJ video. I forget that there is there's a latency period between the chat and what you guys actually see on the stream.
Need a hand?
No. Saladora. She doesn't like thunder weapons. But yeah, it'd be super awesome if I could find some people who actually had computers to play some games with. Sounds like someone's dying in there.
Oh, it's targeting you.
Here it comes! You're done for!
This is the end!
Let's see how you handle this!
Get ready.
You got him.
Hope you're ready! Here it comes!
Why didn't the scientists create a Resident Evil in real life? Yeah, like, that would be so bad. Real life Resident Evil. Like, yeah, sure, the zombies are kind of, they're sluggish. They move like they're shambling zombies, that's not really that big a deal. It was everything else that came out of a Resident Evil universe that was terrifying. Like, there were the Lickers, and then the Nemesis, whatever other horrifying, the Regenerators. Just so many horrible monsters came from that. How did I even get hit by that? Yeah, it would be terrible. Terrible, awful, terrible. And if we go by, you know, like the movie rules with that airborne T-virus,
Say goodbye.
awful. Catch a whiff of it, you even get scratched by one of the zombies, and then you eventually become one. It's like, oof. That's the big suck.
Let's see how you handle this.
There.
Or Michelle Rodriguez.
Reggie.
She got turned into a zombie.
Here comes the pain.
What an awful movie that was.
It's coming for you.
It's targeting
Got
you!
one.
Be fine.
Let's see. Started watching Pirates of the Caribbean last night again, because it's one of my favorite movie franchises. Probably not related to Johnny Depp at all. Although, that is the reason that anyone watches Pirates of the Caribbean, is because of Johnny Depp playing Jack Sparrow. So, I would be worried that there would be zombie fish.
There he is.
And of course you wouldn't be allowed to eat anything out of the ocean after that. You'd be too worried that the virus would be in them and that would somehow you could contract zombification from digesting the virus.
You tick me off now.
Nope, fun for video games, but not for reality, I suppose.
Say goodbye. You tick me off now. Here comes the pain.
It's over!
Don't take this personal.
I had fun. It's over!
All done. Mine now.
You won't be needing
Nothing
this.
personal.
Here we go.
Do I have Mail of Hellfire on here? I don't think so. Hmm.
Good.
Did we run out of MBTI questions? Let's see. Has anyone joined the Discord since I kept mentioning it? Hmm. Anyway. Well, if there are no more questions for the day, then I suppose we can cut the stream finally after nearly 6 hours. It was enjoyable. Doesn't bother me any to be on stream, so it's whatever. But we'll be doing a stream tomorrow as well, so it's whatever. Anyways, don't forget to like and subscribe. And if you want to talk more about MBTI, please join the Discord. It's somewhere on my YouTube page. I think it's in the About Me section, something like that. Anyways, so hopefully everyone has a good night, and I'll see you tomorrow, because probably around 1, 2 in the afternoon, somewhere in there. Hopefully then we'll be around, or I can convince Bob to show up or something. I don't know. Anyways, everybody take care, and I'll see you tomorrow.